labor markets, economies, enterprises, supply chains, governments, workers, employers. We go deeper and beyond. Business Daily. Available off and online.
The road to the 2022 general elections would be nothing without the electorate, hungry for change and banking on development.
Hao pia watusaidia wanasiasa kuuza ile mali tumetengeza hapa.
So what does this election mean to Mama Mboga still harvesting the wound of the 2007 post-election violence?
Nyumba yangu ilichomwa nikipata mtoto.
The perennial drought has cast a dry spell in the lives of many livestock traders here in Kajiado County.
Waache kusema tu kwa mdomo watatusaidia, lakini wakati wanapata serikali hakuna ile kitu wanatenga kupatia wafugaji.
Mtu yote akikwambia ule mtu ana support, haitakiwi ukasirike.
Decision Voices with me, Gena Kirori, on NTV at 9 p.m.
Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody. Oh yeah! Everybody in the front. Everybody in the front. Everybody in the front.
The music right here on Nation FM is on another level. We're playing the best hits, the biggest hits right here on 90.3 Nation FM. My name is Antonio So. It's the Nation FM Drive every single weekday, Monday to Friday, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The best hits, the best conversation, the best guests. It's all about entertainment, business, politics, and everything in between. Call me Sugar, because I keep it sugar and spice and all things nice.
Everybody round.
Magic.
Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
Uh-oh, Donna. You've got places to be, and this chump has forgotten something. But he must trust you, leaving you with his basket. Time to take matters into your own hands. Grab that papaya. Now, make a mess of it.
Bing bang ding, ding ding bang, bum bum bang, bing bang ding, bum bum.
Do you need access to verified numbers of previous general elections and minute-by-minute updates on who is winning and who is losing? Nation Media got you. Simply log into elections.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa, the most preferred elections data website you deserve.
Magic.
This is NTV.
Live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya, which, as has been said, is the nerve center, with a lot more focus now heading there, and we're almost 100% heading towards in terms of the focus being there, as we have the various returning officers submitting their forms 34A for verification, so that we can then have the process move along and eventually have the returning officer for the presidential race, Wafula Chebukati, make the final announcement. And as we also have the different counties and different parts of the country announcing their results. And when we have this, there's a lot that's coming in. The results are still coming in, and so are the concessions, as well as some of the complaints of some disgruntled candidates who feel that they are not getting, things are not going as they would hope or as ideal. And so once we get the different numbers, we're going to be bringing them to you as we carry along, and I have a panel in studio that we are going to be speaking with on the different issues, and they're here, and we're going to be having the conversations as we carry along. But aside from that, we are going to be having a number of things crossing over to a number of things in different counties. Some announcements from different results. Some are going to be different press briefings, be it by the different organizations that are there. We also have observers, and different people are going to be giving their insights on the same, on what's happening. And we're still going to be keeping up to date with the numbers in terms of the tallies that we have based on the data that has been fed into the system by the IEBC. But first, we cross over to the county of Mombasa, where we hear the announcement from the Kisauni constituency competition. Race is about to be announced, so we cross over to Kisauni. And as we do that, just remember that Mombasa has been said to be one of those areas that Raila Odinga has lost some support, because it has been a very orange zone, so to speak. But this time there seems to be quite some yellow, if I may put it that way, with the deputy president or the UDA presidential candidate William Ruto's his presence being felt more, and his party's presence. So this is a keen race to watch in regards to the county of Mombasa and the coast at large. And we have got different reporters who are on standby to give us updates. We still have the shot of Kisauni in Mombasa County. We have Bridget Singana in the county of Nakuru. We also have Martin Mwangi, who is in the county of Kirinyaga, which is also another keen place to watch. And we have the shot again of Bomas of Kenya, and as you know, in Kirinyaga, that is the home county of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential running mate, Martha Karua. It's also a tough fight between the incumbent governor, that is Anne Waiguru, and Purity Wangui Ngirishi, and we wait and see how that plays out, because the other contender who was seen to be fairly strong is Charles Kibiru, who yesterday conceded defeat. And so we now are going to cross over to Bridget Singana in the county of Nakuru to give us a brief. Bridget, what's it looking like? We've been seeing online a number of things, some conversations about everybody's claiming victory. What does it look like as it stands?
Well, IBC is pulling the bluff on most of the online results that have been pushed rather by either candidate, putting themselves ahead of the other and saying that they have won specific seats. And right now we are at Kiamaina Secondary School, and a few minutes ago the returning officer here in Bahati sub-county or Bahati constituency did announce the results, and Jubilee's Irene Njoki takes the day. She won by more than 30,000 votes against Kimani Ngunjiri's the current member of parliament Kimani Ngunjiri, who got more than 26,000 votes. And this is something that is happening across the county. We can go to Kuresoi North constituency, where the MCA who had won the UDA nomination earlier on in the year has taken that seat from the current National Assembly Deputy Speaker, Moses Cheboy. Big names are falling so far. And we go to Molo constituency, where history has been made. In the last 34 years, Molo constituency has never re-elected a member of parliament, but Kimani Ngunjiri, alias locally as Obama, has taken that seat again, upsetting Jubilee's candidate, Dr. Kariuki Gishuki. But also Kuria Kimani, I beg your pardon, Kuria Kimani has won from the UDA party, has won the Molo constituency seat. In 34 years, that has never happened, and he's gotten a second term in that area. We come now to Nakuru West constituency, where we have just announced also the results of the Member of Parliament, and Samuel Arama also has gotten a third term with the Jubilee Party ticket. And in that constituency, the UDA candidate who came in second says that he'll now go to court to contest the Nakuru West constituency results. At the moment, we are also anticipating results from Joro constituency, and also earlier on Gilgil constituency. Also, Martha Wangare of the UDA party got to win a second term in that constituency. And also, we do expect also any time from now the Nakuru East constituency results, where we anticipate that the current Member of Parliament, David Gikaria, will be winning that seat. But across the county, the results have started trickling in. It's been 48 hours of waiting, speaking with the county returning officer, telling us that he's still yet to call the shots in terms of who has won the governor's seat and the other seats of the woman representative and the Senate. But right now, I'll take you to Mombasa County, where my colleague Kevin Mutai is following up on the results being announced from that side of the country.
National Assembly election result at the constituency tallying center. Declaration of Member of National Assembly election result at the Constituency Tallying Center. Benzimba Rashid Juma, 34,747 votes. Ndume Ngala, 1,683 votes. Ngambo Beatrice, 6,533 votes. Juma Willis Odhiambo with 398 votes. Mbarak Hamid with 12,336 votes. Mwaluma Hangerson with 514 votes. Ojuang David, 546 votes. Zuma Henry with 382 votes. So pertaining this election, I declare Benzimba Rashid Juma I request Sergeant to come forward and sign for me the Form 35B. And Honorable Benzimba, let me have your ID. Ukiacha nyumbani utarudi kuchukua. 11. Hata tarehe umesahau.
Tutaruhusiwa kupiga picha zote zile za kwa. Kuna agent mwingine haja sana. Sasa kama kuna agent mwingine wa
More agent please. Hakuna agent wengine? Agent please. You can sign for us form 35B.
The results from Kisauni are in, and that is what we've been watching. And it's a day that will have a number of these kind of things, these kind of results being announced. And aside from that, we do know that the United Democratic Alliance, or the Kenya Kwanza team, is meant to be having a press briefing at the Bomas of Kenya. We'll be looking into that to ensure that we bring it to you as we get an opportunity to. And aside from that, we again had mentioned that we have Martin Mwangi, who is in the county of Kirinyaga, holding brief for us. And Martin, we have seen, concerns by the sitting governor, Anne Waiguru, saying that there has been some malpractice, and we've seen also some concerns from Purity Ngirishi's side. What's the situation there as we speak?
Yes, Dan, as you've rightly put it, this place has been at the center of the... We are here at Kirinyaga Constituency Tallying Center, which has been at the center of all the action between the gubernatorial contest between Governor Anne Mumbi Waiguru and the current woman representative for this county, Purity Wangui Ngirishi. And so far, since last night, this place has been full of drama. Last night, we saw Governor Anne Mumbi Waiguru saying that some ballot boxes were being brought into the center, and there were disputed ballot boxes being brought into the center. And today, this morning, we saw Purity Ngirishi coming with Ndegwa Njiru, saying that the ballots for the governor position should be recounted. He has been demanding that their disputed governor positions, the governor position, the gubernatorial race for this county has been so far disputed, and he has been claiming that they should be recounted. And earlier in the day, like an hour ago, we saw some drama outside this polling station where supporters of Anne Wangui Ngirishi said that some ballot materials have been found outside this polling station. We have been so far following up. We don't know what the gubernatorial race for this county will go, but so far it is a heated race between the two of them, and we are waiting. We do not know what will happen, but so far the Ndia constituency has so far announced their results, and Ngirishi so far has been leading with 21,025 votes, but other stations have not announced the votes they have gotten for their gubernatorial position. But we'll be here, we'll be following up. And so far, the materials that were found, they're saying that the materials were found to be brought in by county government vehicle, and so far they have been taken to Kirinyaga police station, where investigation into this incident will continue. And so far, we are following up. We will be here to update you on whatever action that will take place. But so far, it is still a heated race between the current governor, Anne Mumbi Waiguru, and the current woman representative, or the outgoing woman representative, Purity Wangui Ngirishi. But we'll be here to update you. We'll give you everything as we get the information. And right now, it's back to you in studio, Dan.
Thank you very much, Martin, for that brief, and we'll be looking to see how that plays out. It's one of the key races we're having our eyes on in regards to this election on Decision 2022. And that is, again, a shot of the Bomas of Kenya, where we have different activities happening, and we know more and more as time goes by, our focus will be shifting this way once we are through with the county with the county processes, then it all comes to Nairobi, to the headquarters, where we shall have, the overall results been announced. However, by that time, we shall have known the other parliamentary or otherwise races, the fate of the same, as well as those of the governors, the members of county assembly. And there we can see Paul Mwangi, he's, from the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya side. He is in the legal team there, and we can also see the deputy governor of Nyeri County, who is also, that's Caroline Karugu, if I'm not mistaken, who is also on the, she's also in the leadership of, she's one of the key returning, key agents of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate race. And so we could see they are now, the focus really is going to be moving there, and so it's something keen to monitor. And we shall be bringing to you how it looks when we talk about the parliamentary population of the various seats by virtue of party, because then because when you have that, it will give us an idea of how Parliament will look, how the National Assembly will look, and the implication it has on the presidents. Now on your screen we can see this is KO South. Where we are going to be crossing over to just listen to, I believe it should be the results being announced. So let's listen in for a bit as we carry on with our coverage.
The ones making sure that the true provisional is satisfied is representing Azimio. Thank you very much. The next one is representing Uda. We also received his declaration for the candidate. Now make sure the true copy of the video as declared was announced by the APRO. So thank you very much. That brings us the end of this announcement for the presidential candidates. The next phase will be for member of the Assembly, member of the National Assembly. Thereafter, we will go for member of the County Assembly. So I'll give you a role to take us through the process. So chief agents for MNA, please come forward. All the chief agents for MNA come forward. Media Songa Dodoko. Media Songa Dodoko. The couple 6. Row 3. There are 3 candidates. So everyone, thank you. Now, proceed.
We have results, the final results for member of National Assembly, the election, KO South constituency, code 150, and Eo Marakwet County, code 028. The results are as follows. Mika Kipkemboi Kigen, 12,068. Gideon Kikoech Kimayo, 35,881. Florence Jepchumba Kipias 361. Total registered voters 62,398. Total number of voters who turned out to vote 48,673, giving a percentage of voter turnout 78%. The winner, therefore, is Gideon Kikoech Kimayo. 35,881.
All right, then that's with the announcement of the KO South MP elect. That's the announcement, but let's first of all cross over to Mombasa once again and listen to the winner of the Kisauni.
Nashukuru ndugu na familia yangu imesimama na mimi wakati wa kampeni. Na washukuru watu wa Kisauni kwa kufanya maamuzi ya busara wa kunichagua kuwa mtumishi wao. Na washukuru vile vile wamedumisha amani wakati wa kampeni na baada ya kampeni. Na bado ninawahimiza kwamba katika sehemu zote Kisauni imeongoza kwa amani iliyokuwekwa wakati wa uchaguzi huu. Na nimeshukuru sana ndugu watu wa ABC kwa kufanya uchaguzi wa huru na haki. Na washukuru, tumeanza nao mbali mpaka mahali tumefikia hapa. Na washukuru sana, Mungu awabariki.
Mheshimiwa, swali lingine. Well, that is Rashid Benzimba, who has been declared the winner of the Kisauni constituency after trouncing 7 other candidates, emerging a winner with 34,747 votes. Under the ODM party. He is the first member of parliament elect to be announced in the county of Mombasa, followed closely by Mbarak Hamid of the United Democratic Alliance Party, who garnered 336 votes. There is Lukshan Ngala of the Wiper Party with 12,336. Beatrice Mbodze, an independent candidate, garnered 6,533 votes. And definitely this is one of the big, days for the people of Kisauni. Benzimba has been away. He was once elected in parliament, but 2 terms got kicked out by the current member of parliament, Ali Mbogo, who left and joined the top seat, and he was the running mate of the former Nairobi governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, and now that is when Benzimba decided to come back into the race and won by a landslide. So from here down, we are on our way running to Nyali at the Nita Tarling Center, where we understand also the similar announcement is currently going on, and there we might probably be bringing you up to speed regarding the race that is pitting 2 formidable candidates, that is Mohammed Ali of the United Democratic Alliance Party and Said Abdallah of ODM. It's indeed a focus now that perhaps even the leadership of the county, including Hassan Joho, is talking about. We understand that a few minutes ago Joho has tweeted that out of the 6 constituencies in Mombasa County, only 5 have been won by the ODM candidates. Well, your guess is as good as mine. That means that Nyali constituency has been won by Mohammed Ali. As of yesterday, he has been leading as per the preliminary results that we had received from the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission. So from here, we're headed there, and just stay tuned to NTV. We'll be bringing you more updates regarding the announcements and the release of results at the constituency tallying centers before we go to the county tallying center at the GTI, that is the Kenya School of Government in Kizingo, where we'll be able to hear also from the IEBC officials announcing who has been elected the senator of Mombasa County, as well as the woman representative. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much for that brief, Kevin, and thank you very much for the brief, Kevin. And it's curious to see how the Mombasa race is becoming I mean, it's increasingly becoming heated in regards to the battle between the Blues and the Yellows. And so we shall be monitoring as we release Kevin Mutai to head to Nyali, which is a significant race in regards to the coast region. We shall be monitoring that because there has been the move to upset the orange wave in the coastal region and turn it a bit more yellow, and so we shall pick up on that. Now let's head to what we've been calling the nerve center of this election, and we are there with our amazing Leila Mohammed, who's going to give us an update. Leila, good afternoon. You know, right now with our schedules, any time could be morning, any time could be afternoon. So good morning, afternoon to you, Leila. What's happening there so far?
First of all, Dan, let me just take a bow and say thank you for the honor. Morning, afternoon, or evening, it is a long day, long hours expected here. But Wafula Chebukati says within the next 2 days or so, 48 hours, in his line of thinking, that Kenyans will get to know who has been chosen by the majority of registered voters, who were 22,014.167% of them having been confirmed via the keen skits at the polling stations. Wafula Chebukati himself now stating that those that voted manually have also been tabulated, and voting and tallying of those votes was transmitted electronically. But what is happening at the National Tallying Center is you see groupings, gatherings of critical players in this election. Each of this table a significant factor in the presidential race. There are 4 tables that ROs, which is returning officers from each of the 47 counties, will come here. They will have already received all the original documents from the constituency returning officers, who will have given those documents to the county returning officers, and they are expected to drive here or to fly here with that critical information. And according to the last communication by the IEBC, just one of those 47 county returning officers had arrived with 103 Form 34A and 101 Form 34B. So they're bringing 2 critical documents from all the polling stations within a specific constituency and county in totality. So let me take you through how things are happening here. There is table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. Those are where returning officers will be looking towards. If there is an open table for them, then they come and they will find a national official from the IBC here, and on that table he will be sitting at the head of that gathering, and on the side he will be flanked by 2 critical players from the IBC as well, and on the sides there will be the 4 national agents for the 4 presidential candidates who will be witnessing that presentation, the signing of documents, for them to also to verify and help with the collating of those documents as they prepare to go into that Form 34C. After that, there will be one other table here that will be doing the quality checkups of these documentations, and if there's any thing that is wrong with the Form 34A, the original document, they will be able to prepare a unique slip that will be attached to those original documents, and that will be sealed and set away after having been delivered to Wafula Chebukati, just in case there is a court process. Then those documents will be handed over to the Supreme Court as part of the evidential requirements for this presidential case of such a manner that we saw in 2013 and in 2017. Then there is that last table which does quality assurance for every of those 5 other tables that are seated here. So like we have explained earlier, the national agents for the presidential candidates are here. Many of them are political players from either side of these 2 critical coalitions. When you go into the entrance, many more agents are coming in. International and regional and local observers are also part and parcel of this critical decision 2022. Remember, as we have already been saying, this is a transitional election where one president will be handing over the reins of power to be commander-in-chief of the defense forces. They will receive the sword to commemorate and to protect the constitution. They will receive a copy of that constitution, and also they will be taking that oath of allegiance to secure the length and breadth of this country and just to be honorable and loyal to the Republic of Kenya. So this is an election that is significant also not only to the people of Kenya, more than 50 million plus who are among the 22 million who are registered voters, but the international community is expected to gather on the other side, on the left side of Wafula Chebukati's team. And not only is the diplomatic corps here, yesterday afternoon teams from the IGAD and the African Union Observer team were here. We are aware that teams led by Jakaya Kikwete, the fourth president of Tanzania, have also addressed the nation on how so far they have seen the transparency or non-transparency of how IEBC is conducting this entire process, done like you have sincerely and well articulated this matter. We are the boots on this ground, and it seems like it will be an entire 48 hours, if not 72, of just burning the midnight oil as Wafula Chebukati now begins making those numbers that have been appearing on various networks and their screens, and just formalizing and declaring this is how this decision 2022 is going on. Dan, maybe you have any other significant questions. They have addressed several issues of the irregularities in the Form 34A and Form 34B, and they've also said once everything is done and dusted, we may be able to also know that significant number in terms of voter turnout. Was there voter apathy? This critical number of the youth that was touted to become a significant player or a game changer in this election, how did they participate in this vote on the August 9th, 2022? Dan.
Thank you very much, Leila. You've been well comprehensive, and we shall be getting back to you later on to just see what the update is from that side, because you're at the nerve center. So all the feelings all the feelings are going to be validated on that side of this country. Thank you very much, Leila Mohammed, and she's keeping watch for us. And now we take a quick look before we step into the conversation with our panelists. We take a quick look at how the numbers look on the elections.nation.africa platform. And so far, Raila Amolo Odinga has 6.158 million votes. That's about 50.4%. William Ruto has 5.978 million. That is 48.92%. George Ojakoya has 54,547 votes, 0.45%. And David Wahiga More has 28,682 votes, which is 0.23%. So far, the two trailing candidates are yet to collectively get to 1% of the votes. That said, this is from a total of 12.219536 million votes cast, and this is 37,412 polling stations of 46,229 polling stations. So we are getting fairly close, because as at yesterday, about 24 hours ago, Wafula Chebukati said that the votes that had been factored in, but with the exception of a few, but were just over 14 million. So that shows you that we're getting to the last 1.5 million or so in regards to the tally. So the figures are beginning now to, give people a bit more of butterflies in their stomachs. But we said these are provisional results. And what we'll do as we go along this broadcast, as we have a discussion with our panelists, we shall also be looking at the counties and how the different candidates, the presidential candidates, are performing in the counties. The yellows show areas where, as per the provisional results, the UDA presidential candidate is in the lead. Then the blues show where the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya let me not mix them up. Candidate Raila Odinga is leading as per the provisional results, and we shall be looking at the comparison between some of these counties, especially the key ones, compared to how the performance was in 2017. But before we get there, let's cross over to the county of Murang'a, where Martin Mwaura is standing by. We have yet again, as you would expect, and as has been the case over the past number of live leaks we've taken, we are at tallying centers. And Martin, maybe you can give us a brief on where exactly in Murang'a you are and what the progress is so far.
Well, thank you so much, Dan Mwangi. We are coming live from Kangema constituency, Kangema Tallying Center, where the current returning officer is scrutinizing the 34B before it is signed by the agent, so that can be sent to Nairobi. And also here we have the aspirants from Kangema being led by the winner, that is Peter Kihongi of UDA, who has emerged the winner after defeating George Kifoko of Jubilee Party, who are awaiting to be awarded their certificate. We in Murang'a County, this is what we can say. It was a battle between UDA and Jubilee, but from the analysis from the provisional reports that we have managed to get at the moment, done is that UDA has trounced all the constituency seats, the 7 constituency seats, and also the 3 county seats, that is the seat of the governor, the seat of the women rep, and the seat of the senator. And they have, most of these people have won with over 60% of the total votes that have been tallied as per now. We are waiting for the RO together with the agents to just finish before she can hand over the certificates to the winners of this candidate at the moment. Let me just have a brief moment with the MP-elect of Kangema, Mr. Peter Kihongi, to just give us a brief of how he's feeling. Yeah. Welcome to NTV. Yeah. And first of all, congratulations as the MP-elect. Yeah. How are you feeling? And how has the journey been? Yeah. Considering that you were here in 2017 and you lost, how are you feeling?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Peter Iroko Kihongi, MP-elect Kangema. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling blessed. I want to thank my God because the Lord has been with me and has given me the success that I have. And also I want to thank the Kangema residents because they have stood with me. They stood with me. There came a lot of issues to do with the money, blackmail. There was a lot of blackmail for us from UDA, but the Lord stood with me, with us, and the people stood with us, and they gave us votes to the success that we have gotten, and they have even elected our president, the deputy president, who is now I wish to think he will be the president-elect, Honorable William Ruto. He has been given enough votes in Kangema. Mine is to tell Kangema resident, I'm so happy. I feel so blessed. You can see the way the hall is. We have been just told that the result will be announced within no time, and the hall is filled. The people of Kangema, I feel I owe them, and I'll do everything I can to make them happy, as they have made me happy.
It is a clean sweep for UDA and Kenya Kwanza here. Maybe what do you think? Do you think it was a revolt against the president, or why do you think UDA has made a clean sweep in all the constituency and even county seats and even majority of the MCA seats?
Naturally, Kikuyus are known to say whatever they say, they mean it. And when we said Huru 10 and Ruto 10, we meant it. It was not, we did not say maybe to woo the people from Rift Valley to support us. Whenever Kikuyu says this is the way, he means it. And we wanted to prove that. And also the leadership of our Deputy President William Ruto has been so good. Wherever he has been visiting us, wherever he has been coming to our issues, the Deputy President has supported development a lot in this area. Therefore, for people of Murang'a and people of Kangema and people of Central Kenya, the support we have for the President mostly is because the President, we promised him that he will support Uhuru for the 2nd term, and after 2nd term, we will give Honorable William Ruto. We meant it. We not say it maybe to please him.
We'll be getting more details from the county of Murang'a, where we've lost signal, but sufficient enough of information has been said. This is Bomas of Kenya, where we can see some sort of action happening. That is the Vice Chairperson, Madam Cherera, and there we could see the UDA Secretary General, Veronica Maina, there. It seems there's some somewhat exchange of words. You can also see UDA's lead in terms of the presidential campaign. That is the outgoing governor of Turkana, Josephat Nanok. Rather, he's the incumbent. Let me say that he's the incumbent governor, not outgoing, the incumbent governor. And so there seems to be an issue. You could see Commissioner Wanderi also trying to contain the concerns that it seems that there's some concerns that have been raised by the Kenya Kwanza team. And so the IEBC commissioners are seeking to address the matter. From what it seems, we shall be I believe that, Leila Mohammed is going to get the details and share with us what exactly is happening, what the seeming grievances are. And so this is at the Bomas of Kenya, where we have the National Tallying Center, and that is where, as we have said, is the nerve center. So we look to see what that could be about. We could also see there, like I said, Caroline Karogo, who is the deputy governor, but also in this context of Nyeri, that is, but in this context, she is among, she's I think, the deputy agent of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential race. And so there seems to be some disquiet there and some concerns that have been raised by Madam Veronica Maina, and you could see that Commissioner Wanderi is still trying to address it alongside Judith Cherera, who is the vice chairperson of the IEBC. And so it seems there's an issue that has been raised, and there's not so much, there's a bit of disquiet there. And so we shall be crossing over later on to Leila Mohammed once she's gotten to grasp the details that are there. Another thing is that the UDA team was meant to be holding a press conference at the Bomas of Kenya. I'm not sure if that is related to the concern that is there, but we are waiting to see what the details are from that end, knowing that the sensitivity of the Bomas of Kenya is not to be underestimated as well, because of anything that happens here has significant impact on the populace in regards to what people will say, feel, do in regards to just their affiliations, their preferences, their votes, their democracy, name it. And so this is a very sensitive area, and we are waiting to see what the specific issues that have been raised are, so that we do not dwell on any form of speculation or assumption, so we can communicate what needs to be communicated as it should. And so we're going to be crossing over later on to Bomas of Kenya to just get Leila Mohammed's view of the same. And we'll maintain this, we'll just keep monitoring this, but now I want to bring in my guests. We have, most immediately to me, is Philip Kisia. He is not anyone new to our screens or to the capital city, especially. Karibu sana Bwana Kisia. We also have Achieng Osogo, who's also a political analyst, and we have Duncan Ojwang, who is also, he is an academic, but also a commentator on political matters. Welcome to the set, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin with you, Bwana Kisia. What is your feeling so far of the process? Because this is such an evolving process, so far in regards to just the results and just the whole operation ecosystem of the election.
Well, thank you now for having us here this afternoon. I think I would say that the IEBC started at a low note, but as the days have progressed, we've seen that they have put their best foot forward. In my view, they have performed better than we had anticipated, of course with a few hitches initially, but we must commend the effort in terms of overall management of the process. I think they're planning, organizing, and even this time round, I think transmission has been fairly good. So we hope that what is remaining in terms of vote tallying will go on smoothly, so that we can get over this matter by close of business tomorrow.
All right, Achieng, what is your your initial thought just on where we are so far?
I think I'd like to agree with Philip that IEBC are doing very well so far. There had been concerns initially. In fact, every time I watch Chebukati, I'm like, gosh, this is how you should have started. You know, you would really have enhanced confidence in IBC and all this. And it seems they had beautiful plans, which they never communicated to us before. But so far, I am happy. They're building, they're really, really, what do you call it? Not building. We really are confident in them this far. And I like, there was a bit of panic yesterday when the media council spoke to the different results and everybody having their fifth. And I think when IBC spoke today, everyone was like, there he goes. He's going to tell the media to stop telling. He's going to tell, then he didn't.
Yes.
So I think they're doing a very good job towards ensuring that the process remains free, fair, and transparent.
Okay.
Yeah.
The same question to you first, Bwana Ojwang. What is your feeling so far?
So far, so good. I think I agree with them that, you know, according to Article 86, this election is verifiable, accountable, free, simple. And so I think they learned a lot from the 2017 Supreme Court petition and judgment, and they have put in a system where it's just a matter of everybody do the numbers. Everybody, including the media, do the numbers. And you can see he was able to avert the pressure to the media. Why are you not 90? Why are you still, for example, why is the 1 million Kaza Mkono? And that's a good place to be as Chebukati, because I don't have the results here. The results are final at the polling stations.
Yes.
And I only coalesce them, and if it is maths, anybody can add, and that is the result. That is really verifiable.
Okay, and we've seen a number of people already conceding. Right from yesterday, not even yesterday, the day before yesterday, for instance, we had Moses Kuria already saying back to the private sector, and it you know, the feeling that it's a very encouraging thing to see people conceding. What's your feeling on that?
I think we must commend ourselves for you know, getting into a new culture of accepting defeat. You know, before you would have seen anybody who lost would have come up with all manner of excuses that you know, my votes were robbed, IBC failed to perform their duties, and so on and so forth. There was violence and so on and so forth. So I think this is something that we need to encourage, that when you lose, you concede and you walk away gracefully. Go home like what my friend Kuria has decided to do. There are things you can do as a private citizen. You really don't have to have a political office, or you don't need to be a state officer to be relevant. I'm sure my fellow panelists are neither politicians or they are seeking political office, neither currently are they holding any public office. So really people must learn that there is a world beyond politics. Yeah, so it's not a matter of
You're
life.
wrong to, you could say, if you could say so yourself.
Yeah, it is not a matter of life and death. I mean, as you are all aware, that I plugged myself in the Westlands parliamentary nomination process, but when the party decided that my brother, Timothy Wanyonyi, should be given a direct ticket, that is a position that was taken by the party. And I fully embraced that position, and I have no hard feelings, and I'll find something else to do. In any event, I've been doing other things other than that. So it's not a matter of life and death. So I am hoping that even those who are aspiring for big offices, you know, those who end up losing, will walk away gracefully. They go home to their families, especially those who have served. If you have been serving in a public space for even whatever period it is, you must thank God. Yeah? Don't really, I mean, I'm looking at people and I'm wondering, is it the end of life? Is the world coming to an end? I mean, that culture, you know, that's why some of us are suspecting your intentions. Are your intentions noble? Do you want to get into that space with ulterior motives? Yeah? Because if you only have one motive, to serve, if you're not given a chance to serve this time round, there's tomorrow. Yeah.
Acheng, do you feel that these who are conceding defeat are those who know they probably even knew from the beginning they won't win, but just had to stick it through for the sake of their own image. You don't look like you're a quitter, but you're one who fights the end. Do you feel it's that, or do we expect also people who are very tough contenders to start, to concede?
Actually, that's my feeling, that you are never going to win anyway. So the honorable thing to do, really, to save face, is to concede defeat. I would be happy to see where the races are really tight, at whatever level.
Yes.
Where the races, you actually believe this one anyway, this one I have. I would really love to see those ones concede defeat. At that point, I would comfortably say, culture has changed. But this one, you have 300 votes, number one has 45,000. Really, nothing happened. There's no way you're going to court. There's no way you're going to contest this. So I'm looking forward to seeing 45,000 and 44,000. I'm looking forward to seeing the 44,000 person conceding. That would make me believe we are growing. But at this point, I'm just seeing the Achiengs who decided to vie and lost conceding. Yeah.
Duncan, do you feel that we've got these people conceding? Do you feel that we are going to be having fewer cases in the courts than we did in 2017?
I think so. I don't think it will matter whether I'm conceding because I only garnered 2 votes. Because under the Supreme Court decision, there is the qualitative and quantitative test, where election can be nullified not because of numbers, but the process. And therefore, the Maraga decision of 2017, they didn't say that there were no numbers. They simply say that did this election comply with the Constitution and the regulation and the legislation. So then it is, yes, about numbers, but not only about numbers. Number 2, just the fact that I stand on the floor and say I concede does not mean I cannot go to court. Therefore, it might be just the gracious thing to do. It might be to calm down your supporters and surprise them. Surprise them at some point. Remember, even in 2017, you guys are distracting me.
Sorry, he wants to have the link to follow the results, which we still have on the screen.
Right.
Yes.
Remember, even in 2017, the tactics that former Prime Minister used was first to say, I am not going to court. But it was as a strategy. Or he didn't come out to say, I dispute, I'm going to court. But secretly and privately, his legal team was working. So you can see that was a tactic to surprise your opponent. Because when you kick and scream, they become too tight and they anticipate the war. But when you say no problem and then you come back, so I don't think it is it's a political thing. It's not a legal thing. Conceding is political. Number 3, I also think that then the culture that we don't like. This constitution came to develop political good hygiene. What we were describing was poor hygiene, the fighting, the whatever, but it appears that we are getting it right, and the panelists are considering that IBC have really improved. The Constitution have really put us somewhere when it comes to the issue of election. So then, at the end of the day, the not conceding might not have been our culture. It might have been an anomaly forced by bad election. So I don't want to say that it is an African to concede. Because I think that if the elections are fair and the process is fair, people can concede. And they probably know why they are conceding, but it's a good political hygiene. But it doesn't deny them opportunity to later on go to court and dispute the same results. But so far, I think IBC have tried, Those results are verifiable. Everybody can see them. People can do arithmetic, of course, and then their final is their tally is final. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. And Bonakisia, we are seeing, you know, so far the tallies that we are having there are about 80% of, you know, the numbers. And, you know, the IBC has opened up for almost anyone to, you can, basically everyone can, as long as you can access the internet, you can do that. Yesterday, Waihiga Mwaure was at the Bomas, and our team asked him whether, you know, he's ready to concede. For him, he said it's too early to talk about conceding. That was the effect of what he said. But he also said that for him, it's a victory, because he said he has campaigned for 3 weeks. His budget was just over 1 million shillings. And you're saying he even didn't think, he said even getting 10,000 was good enough for him. Right now, he's at 28,992, almost 30,000 votes. For such candidates who get in, and just in light of the political landscape of Kenya, it's almost like what is your end game? What do you think informs such people's decisions? Like, because some of them don't seem like they want to get a job, you know, from the government that wins.
Well, you know, what they are normally referred to as the fringe candidates.
Yes, the fringe candidates.
But you see, it's a fact, the figures are not lying. The figures are speaking for themselves. We are not the ones who are speaking. So you see, I think when you get into any space, for these 4 gentlemen, they are looking for a job to serve Kenyans. They have come for an interview. I don't know whether you'll get into an interview, you know, not being confident of winning. You get into any contest knowing that you have the ability, you have the capacity, you know, to succeed. So if you're just getting in, you know, so that you can cause some entertainment, I think, or so that you know your face can keep on beaming on media
for days on end.
For days on end, you know. I mean, really, in my view, personal view, you have a democratic right, but it's a waste of time, because you don't get to something that you know you cannot, you know, you cannot manage. This one looks like it was quite heavy for this gentleman. It was quite heavy, because by the time you're doing 30, and your colleagues are doing 6 million plus, yeah, it's like getting into a classroom, and the average student is posting a C. Of course, the ones who are doing exceedingly well are doing an A, and you're doing an F. Can you really say that you're in school? When you get a piece of paper, and what we can read from that paper is F.
So what do you think?
Okay, I mean, it proves one thing, that at least you pass through the corridors of school. Yeah, you just pass through. As to whether that is good enough, it is only them who can tell us.
You know, there's an artist, Giuliani, who said, shule sikupita nilipitia. You're trying to do that.
Nilipitia. So whether that is good for them, but I know any human being would want to do something where, you know, really you have the capacity to succeed. You don't just get into something for the sake of getting into. Otherwise, it becomes some comic relief.
Yeah, well, and speaking of...
And in fact, I mean, while it's a democratic right, again, they should realize, you know, if we're ethical, yeah? If we're really ethical, you know, the 2 gentlemen, it's a democratic right, but they should know that to print ballot papers, that for them just to appear on this screen, they are costing taxpayers a lot of money. So please, don't get into this thing, yeah, you know, just to waste our resources. Yeah, to waste our resources. While it's a democratic right, if you know, if it was a business deal, that you have invested your own money, because they have not invested anything. Like now, Mwaure says he's only put in 1 million bob. It's a joke. Yet the taxpayer has put in 22 billion shillings. Probably by avoiding getting into that space, I don't know, maybe would have spent less printing those very expensive ballot papers.
I don't know what the rest of the panel think, but are we saying that
is my view?
Yeah. Are we saying that, based on his view, are we saying that if you want to vie, you need to be able to spend a lot to justify the taxpayers' money?
Not just spending. You see, an election, of course, you need to deploy a number of resources.
Yes.
Okay. One of them being money. You can't escape. Because even just your logistical movements require money. But you need manpower. Yeah? You need human beings. You need minutes. You need time. You need a secretariat that is well endowed in terms of ICT, MIS. You know, you need to market yourself. You need to spend money on billboards. Okay? So, you know, these things that are required for you to run for that particular office, if really, indeed you know that either you yourself cannot be able to raise the resources that are required, or you don't have sponsors. Because it could be, you see, like Obama didn't have resources to deploy, but he had a party, he had friends who assisted him to do what? To raise the necessary resources that were required to run an effective campaign. It is costly. It is costly to the nation. It is sad that we're spending 22 billion Kenya shillings while some areas don't have dispensaries, while some people are sleeping without food. We're just blowing 22 billion just like that.
Well, there mathematically we would argue because we don't know how much it would reduce if, you know, the two fringe candidates. But let me just move to a change just on the same. Do you feel that there's the argument that it could be a noble thing? We are all trying to make Kenya better. And so someone feels my contribution would be by seeking to lead this country in this capacity. The same way I said I will choose to change this country by being a journalist of good repute, you know? Do you feel that would justify these individuals, before we get to Wajakoya claims of being a mole or otherwise, but for someone who has come in and they say, the country needs change, I'm offering myself to be part of that solution?
Back to the example of you deciding that you want to be a good journalist to serve this country in that capacity. You didn't just wake up. You invested in yourself. You studied to understand what would it take to be a journalist before you even get to a good journalist, right? So I think even for me, if you decide you want to lead this country, you want to be president. So what does it take to be president? I know guys have been fighting IEBC with their financial regulations and, you know, this is how much you need to campaign to be president and all that. But it gives you an idea that if I want to be president, I need to have 500 million. I need to have, you know, X amount of money. Do I have that money before I offer myself to be a candidate? You know, before I decide, anyway, I qualify to be a candidate. If not, how am I going to raise the resources? So that if you, within yourself, you're convinced that you actually are within, it is possible for you to do this. Then, only then can you pretend to be a candidate, to be offering yourself. Otherwise, really you're wasting people, taxpayers' money. Again, maybe it will not reduce how much we would spend. Maybe IEBC would still have spent 22 billion, but it would have spent 22 billion on something worthwhile. It would have, I would have been looking at it and I'm thinking, anyway, we have grown, we are there. We are at a point where now we are talking about conceding, we are talking about having good candidates, we are talking about running good campaigns. But when we're even talking about, when we are reviewing the elections at some point, what will you be looking at? What will you be saying about them? You know, the fringe candidates. So what do they bring to the table?
So far, Wajakoya has 55,371 and Wahiga has about 29,000. That comes to about 86,000 or so. So what do you think about those 86,000 people?
Actually, I think the Maore people were voting against Wajakoya. in voting for Maore, I think they're voting against Wajakoya. I think Wajakoya had just his own supporters who were excited about his radical ideas, and I believe majority of them were youth. But the Maore ones, I think they're just people who are voting against Wajakoya. It had nothing to do with the president, with the candidate they wanted to lead this country. It was just that we cannot have somebody who's talking about weed leading us. So let us vote for God, because God does not like these things. This one is a pastor. This one definitely does not like what Wajakoya is talking about. So I think they are in a special level, just like their candidates, because they were not really voting for the presidency of this country. I don't
So the
think
battle
so.
between the Most High and the Most High.
Oh yeah, the Most High. I know the spelling is the same for the two times.
Just one is a capital H.
Oh yeah.
Wahigas.
Yeah.
But Duncan, do you believe that Wajakoya was being used? Was a mole and just being used in this whole numbers game?
I don't have, I have no data to verify that. But I don't think they wasted taxpayers' money because I think they brought on the table different issues and menu for voters to choose. So people run sometime maybe to win, but sometime to bring an issue, whether it's a single issue, and mainstream it through the campaign. Nobody will forget the debate about the place of weed legalization. And that by itself maybe is adding to the discourse of issues that Kenya might discuss. Secondly, you know that, how will you know that you'll not have support until you have campaigned? Because we cannot pretend that it's fait accompli, that we know those who are going to win, because we assume, and I think it is fair to start from that presumption, that the campaign period is going to sway voters, that voters are these people who are, let's pretend maybe, they are these people who will listen to the issues and make their choice. I would rather make that mistake than to say that voters are not persuadable. Those who are going to go for Ruto will go for Ruto. Those who are going to go for Jacom will go for Jacom, and therefore there is no persuasion either way. I think that will be dangerous, because then the power of persuasion, open democracy, the power of campaign, the power of publicly engaging on issues, then there is no need for that. There is no need for campaign period. Finally, I also think that like human rights, of course, what law provide is a provision, capability. It is up to you to take it. And usually this country have changed through dissent. I don't think it has changed through the mainstream. If you look at Kenya history, it has changed through those who have said no when the odds are against them. We say in law, today's dissent might be tomorrow's majority. Why do you choose to dissent? You choose to dissent knowing you are on the minority. But one time, somebody will read that jurisprudence and say the dissent was right over the majority. So I get afraid of single narrative, of railroading Kenyans. And it's not exciting, it is boring, and really the test of whether we have democracy is that we have somebody whom we think might not win in the ballot. Because otherwise, we can have pre-interview or pre-ballot screening, and it might favor some and restrain others. So if we are to make a mistake generally, yes, it makes our politics untidy. Yes, there is annoying and a nuisance aspect that we might feel it comes with it. But isn't that the beauty of life? That there is diversity, there is multiple issues, and Kenyans then can converse freely, where somebody might say, both you and you are wrong. I have my candidate, I heard what Nani said, and it's okay. And if you look at Reverend, for example, I know him very well. You are seeing the integrity, you are seeing a very good lawyer, you are seeing somebody who loves God, somebody who loves this country, and somebody who have read the Constitution. that give him the power and believe in him. So you don't vote for yourself. It is people to buy your vision. And failure, others get paralyzed at failing, and you can't blame them. Like Honorable Kisia is saying, he will never get into an election until he calculates his odds. But others are not paralyzed by chances of failure. They are in the midst of failure and people saying no. They actually get adrenaline and hormonal support to say, I'm going to disapprove. And if not anything, that I was in the
Okay, let me interrupt you a bit. I can see there's something going on at the Bomas of Kenya. Let's listen in light of the concerns that were there.
Seated. Thank you for your cooperation.
All right, we'll pick up on the Bomas of Kenya situation as we confirm what the concerns are there. But before we come back to our conversation here, because I have some very curious questions to ask, especially as we talk about people making a mark and people just being a blot on our battle papers. Let's cross over to the county of Kirinyaga, where we have Martin Mwangi standing by. Martin, we understand that Wangui Ngirishi wanted a recount, if I'm not wrong, of the votes at Gishugu. What's the status on that?
Dan, what I can tell you right now is that the retallying process in this constituency of Gishogo here at Kirinyaga High School is set to begin any time from now. The returning officer has agreed to the retallying process after Ngirishi, Purity Wangui Ngirishi demanded that the retallying process should take place after allegations of rigging and other ballot materials being found just outside the institution. And now what is happening right now is that they are waiting for all the stakeholders to be present and everything to be so that everyone can witness the whole retallying process. And this constituency has 181 polling stations, and the returning officer is saying that they will go through the Form 37A, which is used to declare the results for gubernatorial position at polling stations, and that is what they are going to use to retally the gubernatorial the election for the gubernatorial race in this constituency of Gishogo. Remember, only one constituency so far of Ndia has declared their gubernatorial, who is the leading candidate in the gubernatorial race in their constituency, and that is Ndia constituency, and other constituencies including Mwea, Kirinyaga East, and so far this Gishogo constituency have not declared who is the leading candidate in the gubernatorial race. And so far we are here, we are waiting. We don't know how long this process is going to take, but the lawyer Ndegwa Njiro is saying that they are here, they have all the time, and this process could take as long as it takes, but they will make sure that every vote has been accounted for. And that's what I can update you for now, Dan. And now back to you in studio.
All right, thank you very much, Martin Mwangi, for that brief. Now we have some of the numbers in regards to the provisional numbers per count. No, that's the national, sorry. Raila Odinga is currently at over 5 million. He's now at 6.265 million. William Ruto is at 6.138 million. Wajakoya 55,779 and Waihiga More 29,144. So Raila Odinga is at 50.16%. Then we have this is the numbers as they keep updating. 6265006, 613890. So it's still somewhere in the middle. You know, we are still playing around the 50% plus one. We are still playing around that level of votes, and this is In terms of context, this is 38,285 polling stations out of the total 46,229. So that is about, I'll do the mathematics right now. So that's 38,273. No, 290, sorry, 38,290 of 46,229. That gives us 82.8% of the votes so far. So that's 82.8% of the votes. So we are heading towards. I was going to say Canaan, but I realized that's going to be a very partisan. We're heading towards the end. Let me just keep it simple. Heading towards the end. And Bonaki said, do you feel that this is a place where we can begin to see who is likely to win? Well, by virtue of being at 82% of the votes, but we're still seeing the 49%.
It is too close to call, but from the figures, if all factors remaining constant, and the fact that from what we know, most of whatever is left is from Raila Amolo's stronghold. Again, that's a fact.
No, it's not a fact.
You see, it is. You see, Kakamega is a bedroom of Mzee. Yeah, Mombasa is his bedroom. So if those ones have not been factored in, those are the give me space.
Okay.
If they have not been factored, I'm saying if they have not been factored in,
yes,
then I don't see my friend, because they're all my friends. I don't see my friend William catching up. But I said it's too close to call. But before saying that, I think I wanted to say something small about what my brother here.
Before you say that, let me just respond, because these numbers are what is we are picking from the IBC portal, but how we are picking them is random. So there's no guarantee that we have not picked from Western or wherever. So there's a point of clarification.
All right, okay. But whichever, we also have our own tallying that we've done. So I just wanted to say this.
Yes.
My good friend Duncan said that, you asked a question and you said, was Ojakoyo a mole?
A mole, is he being used?
If he was a mole, then he was a very poor mole. Then my friend Duncan said that the fringe candidates, they have a democratic right, yes. We all have democratic rights. You can imagine if all of us offered ourselves for elective positions. If their intention was to persuade, the two of them, the fringe ones, if the intention was to come and persuade, then again they have done a poor job. Now, the other thing that I want to comment on is that, this notion that you have a vision for this country. That is your vision. It cannot be our vision. The vision we have for this country is already documented. It's a shared vision. Vision 2030. It's shared. It belongs to all of us as Kenyans. So as a driver, and in fact, I get shocked. Somebody wants to be governor. Somebody wants to be to occupy the office of the presidency, and he's saying, I have a vision for you. That is your vision, your family, and limited to that. We have a vision. You should be telling us. Yeah? In fact, that's how I mark your exam. If you tell me you have a vision for this country, you failed. Flat foot. You should be telling us that I know we have a shared vision. And I'm telling you that given my capacity, given my track record, I'm able to assist you fast track and achieve the vision. Now, there is also the issue of, the candidates, all of them. And I'm hoping that going in the future, like the changes we've seen, people conceding, is a change in culture. And it's something that we need to celebrate. But going into the future, I would want to see the political parties being strengthened. So that we don't have fringe candidates. Because once we have 2, 3, or maybe 4 strong political parties, this local competition is reduced to the political parties, so that the political party presents a candidate. So that we don't have some other fellow coming to tell us and wasting our time saying that, you know what, I'm an independent, so I have a democratic, yes, I have a democratic right, but please, save us that space. Finally, Wakili, if you're a businessman, okay, can you take a risk without doing a risk analysis? No. Can you? Can you just invest? Can you take your personal money and put in a bottomless pit Can you do that?
You're saying running is a risk?
No, yes, it is. It is. So, if you see, if you cannot take your personal money and put in the pit latrine, for heaven's sake, do not take taxpayers' money and put in a pit.
Well put.
So, but he raised a point. He raised a point.
Rebuttal,
Yes.
One, the public good achieved by democratic process is an end by itself. It has no monetary value. Right? You cannot cash it and say this is how much. But it has a value in terms of having a citizenship that is informed, sovereignty belongs to the people, and having a country that is democratic. So I don't subscribe to the cash where everything is commercialized and transactional and a paying. There is a value in democracy, and that is an end by itself. Otherwise, we will simply say, to save taxpayers, why do we go for election? Raila and Ruto, let's race here, or let's pick a card, pick head, tail, very efficient. After all, you are both very strong, and you love this country and you have vision. Raila, you are tail, you are head. Choop, we have saved 20 whatever billion. So there is an element of democracy. But finally, even then, I think that this country, if you look at its development, I lived in the US for 14 years. I cringe at the idea of two-party dictatorship. The US is under two-party dictatorship, where you are either Democrat or a Republican. And they are both silly, and they are both myopic. One is about guns, one is about right for abortion, one is about homosexuality. I'm saying that ideology becomes enslaving. You see what I'm saying? It is not a space where Raila can come from resisting and shake Uhuru's hand. There is no flexibility in ideology. Those people have become slaves.
So you have to be polarized.
Yes, they are so polarized that there is no conversation between them. I am in this party, I am in this party. I like where we are, where we have parties. And if you know the political parties, it's good for you that you are told step down for Tim Wanyonyi. I don't know whether they use the word fringe candidate, but I hope not, and you gladly did it. But you see, that negotiation is a hybrid. That is not democratic. It's a hybrid, just like in Northeastern, because Africans agree without competing. But still, at the end of the day, the whole idea of a ballot is competition. And you see, election is like the mother's milk of democracy. Competition must be there. If people gave up and looked at the odds and said, I will not make it, let those people stay at home. But if there is one person who is saying, hata kama ni yangu, this issue of hyenas, whatever, is going to be a national discourse, that person, I salute him. And the reason, maybe I can tell you, the reason I salute him, I hang out with Wajakoya a lot. And I can never stand for a presidential election. I'll feel embarrassed, right? I feel even embarrassed running for MP because I'm not sure I will win. But that is me. But when somebody comes that is dining with you and say, you know what, Ojwang, I am going to go for presidency. I look at that and I'm saying, I'm challenged that, wow, you have something that I don't have. Suppose all of us were like Kisia and very cautious and very nini. I like this dissent where somebody is saying, and I can tell, look at the history of Kenya. Raila's swearing in, illegal, brought handshake. Jaramogi, fight, illegal, about article nini, brought multi-party. This country have changed because of people, few,
who have done illegal things.
Yes.
Who had numbers.
Including illegal things.
No,
Kenyans catch up later.
I always trying to say that we have to do something illegal for change to come.
For the bigger cause, I can tell you, fighting for independence was illegal, isn't it? Yeah. Mandela was a terrorist. But whatever they did, Mau Mau was illegal, isn't it? Kenyatta was detained because he was found guilty of administering oath, saying this is our soil. But out of illegality, now the world have come with something called self-determination. Devolution. When Ali Masrui was talking about devolution, Professor Kivutha Kibwana was the Dean, University of Nairobi, told him, you are dividing Kenya. This is not good. Professor Nyong'o and Professor Kivutha Kibwana were both scholars who dismissed Ali Masrui. Today, we are all coming and saying devolution is the best thing. So today's dissent will be tomorrow's majority.
All right, just before we do that for a bit, we need to cross over to Raila's home county, the county of Siaya, where Duncan Khaemba is standing by. Duncan, what update can you give us at the moment?
Well, Dan Mwangi, thank you. You've rightly put it, the Raila Odinga's home. I'm told that here they say in Luopin, Siaya Kababa, meaning Raila Odinga at Baba's home, Siaya Kababa. Therefore, you've rightly put it, and I must say that Chief Prosecutor, I can hear a very interesting panel show going there. Therefore, you're prosecuting the show very well. But now, as to give you the results here, in terms of what we've been able to collect so far, the results stand as follows. If you may allow me to submit, is that ODM at the parliamentary seat, ODM has scored 5-1, implying that it has managed to win 5 parliamentary seats and lost 1. This is Alego Usonga went to Samuel Atandi last night as we put it through, but now the tally is complete. Alego Usonga, Samuel Atandi with 69,000. His closest challenger of DAP, Samuel Omondi George Mulwan with 14,000. In Bondo, Gideon Ochanda of ODM won with 69,000. Then Humphrey Opondo, independent, came second with 2,000. In game earlier on at around midday, Elisha Odhiambo retained the seat on ODM with 48,000, followed by Isaiah Ndiege of DAP again at 11,000. Then Rarieda, as we indicated last night, Otiende Amolo won with 37,000, followed by Agostino Neto of UDM. Otiende Amolo on ODM won with 37,000, followed by Agostino Neto of UDM at 23,000. Then in Ugenya, David Ochieng again lived up to his billing as a David, who was once again trounced a Goliath ODM. From Ugenya, MDG, he won at 25,000, but this time round with a very slim margin, because ODM's Daniel Odhiambo came second with 22,828. Therefore, nearly 2,100 thereabout is the margin that ensured David Ochieng wins this seat for the third time, serving as a third-term member of parliament. Of course, the first time he won was in 2013 on ODM party ticket. Then 2017, he did it with MDG. Now in Ugunja, Opio Wandai won again against with 32,000 against UDM's Oyugidor. What we are waiting is the biggest contest in this particular part of the country. That is the governorship race. ODM's James Orengo are taking on UDM's engineer Nicholas Gumbo from Rarieda. That is the match, that is the bigger contest that we are waiting here. Of course, at the senatorial level, Dr. Oburu Oginga of ODM is facing off with the 5 other candidates, among them Julius Okinda as an independent and James Wamban. Then woman representative, we have Dr. Christine Ombaka with the journalist Sela Ayimba on MDG. Those are the seats. On the member of the county assembly, out of the 30, ODM has bagged 27 and lost 3. To again, interestingly, UDM has won 1, MDG 1, and FPK 1. Therefore, the county assembly of Siaya will have 27 ODM or orange colors. Then 3 of them will be from MDG, UDM, and FPK. That is the match that we're expecting. Behind me is the constituency tallying center. We've not been able to cite the county returning officer, Madam Catherine Wandabwa Bulinda. She has not come here, but basically because there is nothing much happening there. Back to you in studio, Dan Mwangi.
Thank you very much, Duncan Khaemba, for that. It's interesting that he's saying that in terms of the ODM strength in the Siaya County Assembly. 27 of them are ODM. 27 of those who've been elected, MCAs elect, are from ODM. Then we have UDM, MDG, and FDK having one each. We'll take a short break, but we'll be back with a lot more to cover for you from Nyeri to other counties, as well as our discussion here, which is yet to end, which is about these fringe candidates and whether they should have been on the ballot altogether. We'll be back. Stay with us.
This line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing. Bam, bam.
Running a business online or on social media? Haya basi, mteja wako amekupigia na anataka bidhaa kutoka duka yako ya social media. Tayari mmekubaliana price ya bidhaa. Step ya pili ni kumtumia pay link ya ChapaPay kulipia. Sasa mteja wako akireceive link ya kulipia ataweka details zake alafu alipe. Hiyo payment itaingia direct kwa bank account yako with 100% security. All you have to do now is to deliver the items to your customer and the deal is done. Running a business online or on social media? Receive more customers by accepting online card payments. Call 0703 027 000 or visit the nearest branch to sign up for free.
Almost 250,000 people die on the road in Africa each year. Follow these safe steps and help save lives. Just one drink can increase the risk of a serious crash. Short-term remedies such as coffee or energy drinks don't help. If you need to travel, take a taxi or public transport, or just stay where you are. So when you're on the roads, follow these safe steps and help save lives. We all have a role to play in road safety. Together, let's make Africa's road safer.
Labor markets, economies, enterprises, supply chains, governments, workers, employers. We go deeper and beyond. Business Daily. Available off and online.
Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody, 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 everybody. Oh yeah! Everybody in the Bronx, Bronx, Bronx. Everybody in the Bronx, Bronx, Bronx. Everybody in the Bronx, Bronx, Bronx.
The music right here on Nation FM is on another level. We're playing the best hits, the biggest hits right here on 96.3 Nation FM. My name is Antonio Soul. It's the Nation FM Drive every single weekday, Monday to Friday, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The best hits, the best conversation, the best guests. It's all about entertainment, business, politics, and everything in between. Call me Sugar, because I keep it sugar and spice and all things nice.
everybody round.
Do you need access to verified numbers of previous general elections and minute-by-minute updates on who is winning and who is losing? Nation Media got you. Simply log into elections.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa, the most preferred elections data website you deserve.
And now, final question. Which option provides anti-germ protection for your teeth for 12 hours? A helmet. B, a bodyguard. C, Colgate Total.
12 hours?
You can call a friend.
I'd like to call my dentist. Germs are the cause of many dental problems. Colgate Total with zinc and arginine attaches to the teeth like a magnet. Provides 12-hour anti-germ protection. So it is the obvious choice. The answer is Colgate Total.
Colgate Total, 12-hour anti-germ protection.
Now this is a celebration. The finals. When 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer. It's more like 61 feet. I mean, you gotta be great from game 1 and game 7. Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left? Legendary status, my man. Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing.
And now, final question. Which option provides anti-germ protection for your teeth for 12 hours? A helmet. B, a bodyguard. C, Colgate Total.
12 hours?
You can call a friend.
I'd like to call my dentist. Germs are the cause of many dental problems. Colgate Total with zinc and arginine attaches to the teeth like a magnet. Provides 12-hour anti-germ protection. So it is the obvious choice. The answer is Colgate Total.
Colgate Total, 12-hour anti-germ protection.
This is NTV.
Welcome back, and without much ado, let's cross over to Kakamega, where we have the Western Regional Commander speaking on the security issue. Let's listen in.
Youngster, he was waiting, he never wanted this aspirant to go away, and in the process, he shot at the aide of that aspirant, point blank, on the forehead, killing him instantly.
Sorry, madam. I came late, and we just want to get the whole nation. You are live on NTV, and we would like to get maybe how far, because we say that the suspect is at large. That's Didmas Barasa. His phone has been switched off. Don't we have maybe the equipment that can be able to locate somebody despite the fact that the phone is off?
I have said that this is a very serious matter, which is being handled by said headquarters, and we have experts. We use all our avenues, which are security issues I may not mention here, but we are getting him. Very short time, we will get him. Thank you.
Maybe. Asante. Maybe swali jingine, tumekuwa na visa kadhaa vya utovu wa usalama kidogo magharibi, sio vingi lakini vinatisha usalama, ambapo wenzangu wamezungumzia tayari. Kuna yule ambaye juzi aliingia katika kituo cha kupiga kura kule Kuisero na akatoroka na masanduku. Labda yeye vile vile kesi yake imefikia wapi?
We are continuing, and I've just said before you came that we are closing in to arresting him. We have recorded statements, we have exhibits which will be produced in court, a time when we take him to court. We are saying we are not leaving any stone unturned. We are going to arrest all the suspects who are involved with any crime, may it be very small or a big crime. We are not leaving it without proper investigations and charging these people to a court of law.
In the case of Didmus Barasa, he's a fan of NTV and I know he's watching. What is your message to him?
Please advise your friend to report to the nearest police station. He is not assisting himself by hiding. Let him come and face the law.
Are you giving him any deadlines?
It is immediate. I don't want to give you a deadline. I'm saying it is immediate. You report now. You are Kenyan, you are around, you are seeing us. Please report to any police station together with your firearm.
What if he doesn't? What happens?
Remember, we are catching up with you. We have employed all the avenues. We will close in to get you, and you'll be charged.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thank you so much for answering our questions. Asante.
All right, thank you very much, Zacchaeus Mosame, for allowing us to get to get some insight into what the police are saying in regards to the Didmus Barasa situation. And from the police report, it sounds like it's a very grave matter, and so there will be conversations as we go along in regards to what that means for him, having been, if I'm not wrong, he's been declared as the winner or the person who's in the lead, and so there's a whole criminal case procedure to be handled, but we'll touch on that as we go along with our conversation. But first, let's cross over to the county of Nyeri, where Margaret Kimathi is. Margaret, good afternoon. And we are hearing that, a lot of Nyeri has been painted yellow. Is this the case?
Yes, thank you, Dan. Most tallying centers have completed the vote counting process, and for now the returning officers are just awarding certificates to the winners. And right now I'm in Teto constituency at Kagumo Teachers Training College Tallying Center, and in here they've just announced Geoffrey Wandeto as the one who have won the Teto parliamentary seat, and he has won by 11,887 votes, followed by Francis Ohuria, who has garnered 11,039 votes. And for now, we'd like to speak to him. Please tell us, how does this mean to you? It is your first time to vie for this seat, and you've won.
Thank you very much. First of all, is to thank God for the victory that He has given us. Secondly, to thank my family who are right behind me here. And thirdly, to thank my very many supporters, especially our teams on the ground, with our team captains who are here. They've all worked very, very, very hard for this day. We've put in long hours, long nights, long days, and we really thank God for this victory. I feel very, very excited. I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward to serving the people of Tetu.
What do you have for people of Tetu?
We have spelled out a 10-point agenda for the people of Tetu. It is a platform on which we campaigned. So we've been very, very, very clear about what we want to do for them. And our 10-point agenda encompasses a range of issues, some of which are within the direct control of the Member of Parliament, others which we will have to work with the county government and the elected MCAs. But these agendas include education, agriculture. They include uplifting the welfare of men and women, empowerment of the youth through creation of job opportunities, growing our towns. Teto, we do not have any major towns. We are one constituency which is, jokingly said, it doesn't have a bank or a petrol station, but it's also because we do not have major urban centers. We are looking forward to having a level 4 hospital within Teto. This is something we are going to work with the county government of Nyeri to realize. And we, on the infrastructure side, we are talking about roads, We have a fairly good road network, but a lot still needs to be done. We have a 13% of homes still do not have access to electricity, so this is something we hope to cover. And more so, we require water for irrigation because the land holding here in Teto is pretty small. So without water for irrigation, even food security becomes a challenge. And last but not the least, our 10-point agenda, the 10th point is a support to the old and the vulnerable in the society. So we are very, very clear about the agenda that we have for Teto.
Thank you. And Dan, as you had said earlier that Mount Kenya is painted yellow, we've seen even in Kenya constituency, Wainaina and Njoroge of UDA have won. And of course, we saw Kanini Kega conceded with that. And of course, in Mathura constituency, we saw that Eric Wamombi is leading of UDA. And I'll continue to, go to other areas, and I'll be here to tell you more as matters are unfolding. Back to you, Dan.
Thank you very much, Margaret, for that, and for as we see more results coming out with the mountain region being a key place that we have our eyes on in regards to how it has been one that many have. I mean, we talk about climbing the mountain, wooing the mountain. So let's see who wooed them better, then and how successful they were at that. And we'll have some context when compared to what, like Raila Odinga got in the last election in the region, etc. So now we're going to be crossing over to Bomas of Kenya, and we can see that the chairman, Wafula Chebukati, is among those who has already arrived there. And we had seen there were some issues there which sought to be addressed. We are going to get a confirmation on what exactly those were about. Excuse me. So we'll see what the chairman will say. We could see some of the different party officials there. We could see Bwana Chebukati with some of the commissioners, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, that's Margaret Whitman. It looks like Margaret Whitman, who's the new U.S. ambassador to Kenya, and we are also seeing the CEO Hussein Marjan, who's there as well as speaking there. Somewhat a briefing is the commissioner. So we'll be picking up that conversation once they get to speak. They might be having a briefing sometime now, but as we have seen, IBC time is not always East African time. So we shall pick it up as we go along. It's almost like what you say about State House time. State House time was you're told 4 p.m. and you get it at 6 p.m. So I think even as we monitor that, something that we're talking about the fringe candidates, so we can close that sort of and move to something else. I wanted to hear what Achieng has to say about that before we come. Wanakisia has a very clear view about these guys. Maybe he'll tell us whether he thought they should have gone for MCA first. But Achieng, what's your view on that?
Well, I think perhaps they do not really come in to win the presidency, the fringe candidates. Okay. I don't want to call them that. Perhaps they don't, those who are not the two horses.
Yes.
Now that we always have the two horses. So anyone who's not a horse, the donkeys, for lack of a better expression, I think maybe they come in, like in this case we had Wajakoya, and allow me to narrow down to Wajakoya. I think he came in to bring an agenda, to put an agenda on the table, to allow us to think about our debt, to allow us to think about how best we can go about these issues. I believe he knew he wouldn't win. But by the time he's done with us, we will still be talking about, okay, so perhaps there's actually a solution to the Chinese debt. Perhaps the Wajakoya issues, what Wajakoya was talking about, perhaps that could help us. Do we want to engage in that debate? I won't be surprised if somebody comes up with a random bill. If somebody comes up, people begin to increasingly push for hemp. Let's do this. I won't be surprised if we see an increase in the number of people who want to go into snake farming. If at all, it can actually help us better our lives. If you live in Ukambani or in Baringo and all your life, snakes have been a problem. They are biting you. You don't even have money for medicine. You go to church. The snake is the reason we are not suffering. So snakes are really bad. Kumbe, that was the solution. Kumbe, you just needed to take it, find a way to tame it.
They've brought in a new
way of looking at things. which actually changed our lives.
He has demystified.
He has demystified it. You know, he has unwrapped it, and now we are looking at it and we are not running away. And they're thinking, maybe we should, let's listen to him a bit more. If it's too cheeky, or if we feel he's losing it, maybe let's ask the scientists what they think about this. You know, and I think for me that's a good thing, that now we are open about it, and he will not win. But in our heads and in our hearts, we will continue to talk about Wajakoya. During dinner, we will continue to talk about Wajakoya. In Bunge, when we talk, Court tried this, you know, with cancer.
Yes, and cannabis.
Yes, yeah. And now we will, I won't be surprised if somebody brings it back, and we will want to hear, okay, so what do medics say about this? What do other people say about this?
And if I'm not wrong, KJ, John Kerry has also been pro-legalization of medical cannabis. And as we come to that, we have Kennedy Mureithi, who's at KICC, which is where the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Tallying Center is. Kennedy, good afternoon. When we spoke yesterday, you said there was barely anything happening there. It didn't seem like it's not like what we've seen in the past, where there was a flurry of activities and updates going on. Is the situation the same today, or where we are today?
Well, a very good afternoon to you, Dan. There is something interesting that is happening. Yesterday, the whole day, we were asked to stay here and wait for information, as we were being asked that there were going to be press conferences, a series of them, as they keep Kenyans abreast with what is happening. Today is the same thing. We came here in the morning from 10 o'clock when they had asked us that it will be the first time that they're going to have a press conference. There was none. Until now, it is past 4 o'clock. There is no press conference yet. However, Dan, there is a flurry of activity that can be explained by what my camera person Basweti will be showing. On this end, there are a number of people that have come, and this is very different from what we saw earlier on in the morning. And the number of people who are coming into this particular place, and even a number of vehicles that are even coming here, even the number of media houses that are even preparing to come here has actually gone up. So there are different security checks at this particular point. At this point, there is a security check where only the VIP vehicles, if they do come, are being allowed in. At this particular point also, there are security officers who are making sure that anybody who is coming in is either accredited. The Azimio One Kenya team has been doing accreditation for everybody who has been invited here. This is a place where they have set up as their media center. They have also set up another room where their Weshimiwa, those who have been elected, will be sitting, where they have also told us will serve as a room for them to have refreshments and also to catch up later on. Then there is a separate room that has been set for the principals if they do come and if they will come. So at this particular point, what is happening is that the number of people who are coming in has gone up. On this other side, there is another security check that has been put here at the KICC. At this security check, it is more manned than the other one, where security from the Raila Odinga Campaign Secretariat has taken over. The taking over of this place has also seen the putting up of a red carpet that has been put up probably about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours, and it has also gone ahead with the posting of the Kenyan flag and also the Azimio One Kenya flag. This leads into other posters that have been put up that have Raila Odinga's image and those of Martha Karua, that is leading to that room that I have just been telling you about, and we did a story about it earlier on in the day. And in this room, that is where they are also welcoming some of the dignitaries, those people that have helped ODM campaign and Azimio One Kenya campaign since they started the whole of this process. This is what they have been doing. And also, we are moving into this other room where the press has been waiting and is waiting since yesterday. And in this particular room, there is media, and the media has been waiting since early on for that press conference that they are telling us that will go down anytime. We do not know. We have not seen any dignitaries yet that will probably occasion and say that there is a press conference, but we have seen people are keeping on coming in. Done.
Thank you very much, Kennedy, for that. And as you can see, the numbers have now moved to a place where nobody's at 50% as we speak by these numbers. Raila Odinga is at 49.71%, William Ruto 49.61%. That's 6.36 million votes versus 6.35 or 347 respectively. We still have Wajakoya at 57,028 and David Waihiga at 29,800 votes. This is 12,794,403 votes that have been factored in out of the close to 14 million or so, according to what Chebukati announced yesterday. Polling station-wise, this is 39,263 of 46,229 polling stations. This shows you that the tallies here are already over 80%. They're more than 80%. And we could now look at just the counties, the county distribution. You can see the areas that are yellow. And what we'll do now is let's take a look at the differences on some of the key counties between the provisional results that we have now and what was achieved in the year 2017. So I have on this tab the 2017 numbers. So this is the 2017 map. Let me make sure that it's clearly on the screen. There we go. So in 2017, the red represents Jubilee. This is where the Uhuruto team was. And this other, the orange is what was what I mean is that the red is where the Uhuruto team won, had higher votes. Orange is where the NASA team had. So we look at some of these counties. Let's see, for instance, Kitui County, this is Ukambani, and Kitui County, Raila Odinga had 79.9%, while Uhuru Kenyatta had 17.8%. Let's see how it's looking. Kitui, that's Kitui. How it's looking now. That's Kitui County right now. Raila has 72.95%, William Ruto has 25.69%. So when we compare the two, we see Raila is slightly lower in terms of percentage than he was last time. And Ruto, comparing the Uhuruto team, had 17.98% last time. And this time he has 25, it seems, per the provisional results that Ruto has gained in that county. Now we look at, let's look at, this is Machakos. Let's first try a different region. Kiambu County. Now Kiambu County is, on the overall, William Ruto's area, so to speak, in terms of the strength of his votes. William Ruto has 73.81%. Raila Odinga has 25.19%. That's Kiambu County. Let's look at Kiambu County from 2017. That's Murang'a, sorry, Kiambu County. So Kiambu County, Jubilee Uhuru Kenyatta had 92.63% in his home county, while Raila Odinga had 7%. So for Raila Odinga now, so right now, Raila Odinga, from the provisional results in Kiambu County, has 25%, and William Ruto has 73%. So we see that Raila Odinga had 7.02 in the last election, showing you that his has increased so far per the provisional results, and whatever was there between Uhuru and Ruto, for Uhuru and Ruto then, has gone down in Kiambu County. Let's look and see whether there's any kind of reduction in regards to Raila Odinga's influence in his home regions. Let's look at Siaya County, his home county. In Siaya County in 2017, Raila Odinga had 99.11%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 0.66%. Siaya County right now, Raila has 98.54%. William Ruto has 1.21%, showing that Raila's percentage, as per the provisional results, is gone a bit down, and William Ruto has gone up from what he and Uhuru Kenyatta had garnered the last time. In terms of absolute votes, Uhuru Kenyatta had 2,494, while this time Ruto so far has 4,536, showing that already William Ruto has more votes in terms of individual votes in this current election that the total votes they got as Jubilee Party in 2017, which is in Raila's home county. Let's see, Vihiga, Kisumu County, which some say is the headquarters of the Luo Nyanza region, but it's still a county on its own. Raila Odinga currently has 97% of the votes. It has reloaded. Let's see if there's an update. It means 97.46% of the votes, Raila Odinga in Kisumu County, per the provisional results. William Ruto, 2.31%. Let's see. So, at the last election, in 2017, Raila Odinga had 97%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 1.75%. So, we see that in Kisumu, 97.46 versus 97.88. So it means Raila is pretty much at the same area, same region of the percentage of votes. But William Ruto has got it so far, per the provisional results, has a higher percentage than what was their cumulative last time. So what we're looking at now is what William Ruto has, and in terms of the total number of votes and not just the percentages, William Ruto has 9,783 currently. And last time, the total votes that Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto got was 7,693. So we see William Ruto has gained, has more votes than were cast in their favor last time in the current election. Now let's look at some of the counties which are, William Ruto strongholds, or which were also Jubilee strongholds. Let's look at Uasin Gishu County, the home county of William Ruto. Now, in 2017, Jubilee Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto got 77.9%, while Raila Odinga got 21.19%. Let's look at the equivalent for this election, Uasin Gishu County. So far, William Ruto has 76.84% on the provisional, and Raila Odinga has 22.87%. So in this home county of William Ruto, in his home county last time they had 77.79%, and now they have, it has reloaded, let me just, yes, and now they have 76, so within the same range. But we look at the person who had garnered fewer votes last time to see whether they have in terms of absolute numbers, also factoring in that we may have had an increase in registered number of voters. Raila Odinga currently has 70,770 votes in Uasin Gishu County. 70,770. Last election, he had 72,378. So it seems that he's still within the same range of number of votes that he had last time in William Ruto's home county. Now, we could also look at, let's look at the coastal region, which is a significant one. Let's look at, that's Kwale. I want to look for, that's at Taveta. We're seeing the different Garissa. I want to get Mombasa. Yes. Okay. So now we have Mombasa County, which has been touted this time to be one of the significant battlegrounds. And Raila Odinga had 69.76%. Uhuru Kenyatta had 28.97%. That was in the last election. Now let's look for Mombasa. It's pretty small. There we go. Currently, Raila Odinga has 58.22% of the votes, while William Ruto has 40.88%. So we can actually see, based on these provisional results, the inroads made by the UDA team, by William Ruto, in the coastal region, which has traditionally been known to be an orange zone. In terms of absolute number of votes, last time Uhuru Kenyatta had 99,190 votes, and this time, let me just, it has reloaded, let me just, there we go. And this time, so we said last time Uhuru Ruto had 99,190 votes, and so far Ruto has 112,751 votes. These are provisional, meaning that he already has surpassed the number of votes that they had as, as a team. So we come back to the homepage. Now we are seeing, even as I go to see it, it has switched over. William Ruto has overtaken, per the provisional results, has overtaken Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is now behind William Ruto per the provisional results. William Ruto is at 6,383,595 votes which is 49.69%. Raila Odinga is at 6,375,961 votes, 49.63%. And in terms of difference in votes, that's about 8,000 votes difference now. And this is coming from 12.8 million votes cast. Then we have George Wajakoya is at 57,231 votes. And then we have Wahiga Mwaure is just 95 votes short of 30,000. And so we see, again, like we said, based on how the numbers are looking, it's flipping from one person to another. Like we said, our system is such that, just for the avoidance of assumption or doubt, whoever has the higher votes is automatically moves to the far left. So it's, when you read from left to right, you're beginning from the person with the highest votes to the lowest. The same thing happens on the graphics that come at the bottom of your screen, that the person with the highest votes is the one who will be on the left-hand side, moving on that way. So in the event that, for instance, just as an example, David Wahiga Mwaure overtakes George Wajakoya, he would move to Wajakoya's position there. So we are seeing the numbers again, changing. We've now seen William Ruto is currently, per these provisional results, in the lead. None of the two has the 50%. And this is out of 12.85 million votes. And this is polling stations 39,519. Let's see what the percentage there is. That 5,519 of the 46,229, which is 85.485. It's just 85.5% of the tally. So it, like we said, it's a very close one. It's a very close one. And Bwana Kisia, you had something to say before I jump into the story about this.
Actually, I mean, we took a long break, but I think
you moved on from the fringe.
Now, you see, my good friend Wakili Duncan, he said something very interesting, and I thought I should, as being a lawyer, I'm not one. I should remind him that there was nothing illegal with Mau Mau. If it was illegal, if it was ever illegal, in whose eyes was it illegal? In whose law? Yeah, in whose eyes? Because they were fighting for something. You see, if a man comes and takes your chicken, will you just keep quiet? No. These white fellows that come here, they're taking our chicken, and Mau Mau and other people are fighting to have it back. So there was nothing illegal with the Mau Mau. But let me get back to the real issue. I had talked about maybe condensing this space into a few political parties who stand for something, who have the capacity to take us somewhere. Because we need to move from politics of an individual to politics of a group of people. Okay? Because otherwise, if all of us decide to run, if we had allowed 79 people on the ballot papers, like initially it was, it was going to happen, you can imagine the chaos that will be running. You would not even be able to screen, to show their faces here on this set of viewers. So I'm still persuaded that to progress, we can have people, competing within political parties. Maybe not two, maybe not three. Give us more choices, but I think up to 4 would be a reasonable number, standing for different things. Okay? We have countries that have progressed very well. A good example is Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew. He provided leadership for that country.
But novel and dictatorship.
It doesn't matter. He took the country, beloved dictatorship we may call it, but he took the country from where it was. And he wrote, I read his book, he said, I didn't care what people were going to say, but I knew where our people should be by the time I leave office. So we have Malaysia, for example. These are economies that are thriving. People are not sleeping hungry in those two places. Here we talk about democracy, yet the basic issues, basic things, food, chakula, food in the stomachs, water and sanitation, housing, we can't even do, and we talk about democracy. What nonsense are we talking about? But then, again, well, we have rights to do whatever we think we can do. But I'm going to say this. My brother Duncan and myself have tried running for political offices. I can tell you sometimes it can be very deceptive. some people run into politics for business. I am telling you. They are hoping that they can be bought. That you cannot have an impact. But you can get into that space, okay? And at a certain point say, you know what? If you guys talk to me, I can cooperate. So I'm hoping that nobody on that screen had that intention when they were running.
Is that the insinuation you're making?
I'm just hoping that their intention was not to negotiate for other things later on, to line up their pockets. I'm just hoping that they had good intentions.
But that's what we've seen with a number of people, what appears to be, where you have a person saying, I will vie for president. They did not even make it to the ballot. They knew, I guess they knew they would not, but it's a strategy, it's a tactic of raising your profile and your stake, so that by the time you're joining a certain formation,
people can talk to you.
Yes, they can talk to you. Money talks.
I have tried, by the way. I wasn't bought out.
Yeah, let's hear your confessions.
In a bad way, I tried to, when the position of woman rep was introduced, that was in 2013.
2013, yes. Right.
Yeah, woman decided. I was born and brought up in Nakuru.
Okay.
Lived all my life there, so I decided, this is it. And I had been engaging
This is
people.
my moment.
Yes.
And then this is the new position. People don't know much about it. I tried. I was working in Nairobi, but I do commute to Nakuru. Every week I was there. Man, with my salary only. These people why again, I'm not very, I don't like the idea of the fringe candidates again. I don't think I had understood or internalized what it takes to run for political office. When you engage with civil society, like I was and like I still do, the idea is very beautiful. It is very easy. It is very doable. Service to the nation. Hey, see, our girl was convinced she's going to serve her nation. I went out there. The handouts people want, the kind of people you run around with, the resources you require, and I was thinking, all of it coming from my savings. Hey, you get to a point and you're like, because I love Nakuru like this, okay. You go to church, you no longer give offering in church. You have a special place to give you a special offering. So of course you're not going to give at 2,000, because it will be announced in church. And I realized it wasn't meant for me, and I withdrew. And they tried to, a party at that time tried to seek me out, and I was like, I am too smart for this. You have already eaten enough of my money. The few friends who
what do you mean by try to seek you out?
I think when they realized I was gaining mileage and I had come out and they were looking for women to run with, I would get calls. No, come, we'll support you. Just come and be on the ground and don't give up. Maybe woman rep is too big. Maybe consider a smaller position. And I'm like, first, position of MCA, I'd need to be present on the ground. People want to be able to interact with you. And I wasn't yet at a point where I was ready to resign. I was hoping to first get the mathematics you do in your head. I was hoping to first get a certificate and then resign. So you want to offer me a position that requires that I'm present on the ground the whole time. That would mean that I leave my job. So I just declined at that point and decided to disappear from Nakuru, not move, disappear kabisa.
And you've not tried to vie for anything else again?
Now I know what it takes, so I am planning.
Okay.
It requires quite a bit of planning, and it is not just planning in terms of financial resources and networks. It is also planning in terms of understanding how parties work and which party you would want to vie in and who calls the shots within those parties, because as people now know nominations and the way they happen. It is one thing to vie in the primaries and win, and it is another to actually get the certificate and go with it. And it is another to also have the party plan to have nominations and decide to go for consensus. That time you have invested your money. So I have learned quite a number of lessons, and let's see how it goes.
The idea they are advancing is based on our bad culture as voters. The need for voter to bribe voters, the need to have a name recognition, the need to know the party leaders, right? All those are the cultures we are trying to cancel and run from. So you can be practical and pragmatic and say this is the real culture, or somebody can say I'm not going to benchmark with the bad culture. I am not going to benchmark with what is illegal, because you know many laws that we have passed, even against voter bribery, isn't it? So I will not fault somebody, call them optimistic, who is saying that I'm not going to go with what is. I'm going to go with what should be. And I think the gap is where I find inspiration that this person is ahead of the time. Now, we sit here and discourage each other at a point where we saw what Toto did in Bomet. We saw what the governor of Kericho did. I met somebody who was teaching with him. I also teach. And this person told him, you are assistant lecturer. You're not even a lecturer. You are assistant lecturer. How dare you talk, entertain a thought of running for governor? Let me tell you what it takes to be a governor in Kenya. Do you have 2 billion? Do you have this number of fleet of vehicles? The guy said, I think I have caught the moment. People want their project. You saw on TV, Kericho voters changiering, for that person. So this is like a tale of two cities where we live in two worlds. We live in Toto world, who come out and Bomet voters say, you are the one, isn't it? And in the same country, we live in the world where we saw in Kericho, or Uasin Gishu, Koti Moja. Koti Moja came because the guy only had one coat. It's not a myth. And so his opponent kept referring to him as Koti Moja. As we talk, Koti Moja is a governor. And so between hope and pessimism, I would rather make mistake on the side of hope, because, and this is not vague, this is not nini, because I have seen in this election people who have chose hope and have not listened to the wisdom. You know, whenever somebody wants to discourage you, they start by saying, while I appreciate, but wisdom, they have gone against the grain. And to me, that is what keeps us human. I can tell you for sure that because some people stood up, they might not have won. I believe that in the university student leadership, somebody will not just say, wait a minute, I am too far off. People, it will inspire, it will trickle down to an extent of somebody also saying, you know what, forget you, I want to be a third nini. We are even in television now talk of third dimension. We used to have 2Ds. Now we have 3Ds. That it cannot be about two major formations. I don't think they're healthy, because what happens with monopoly? Of course, maybe I have to admit that Akisia is not saying that there should be two. He's actually giving allowance that let them be quite a number, but parties. You see, parties organize. But can we say that in our current dispensation, we have seen democracy in political parties? We have seen them organize around maybe ideology. We have seen them probably enhancing democracy. This is the place where people are being called and told, leave the ticket for so-and-so. Give so-and-so ticket. We have chosen so-and-so. So-and-so is the favorite of the party. Is that what we want? I mean, we see exception. You did a fairly better nomination. But so far what I've seen has not inspired me. And if somebody say, I am neither here nor there, And I am going to stand. Let me tell you the reason I am over-defending, I think, or overselling this idea, is that I look at Wajackoyah. Of course, his ideas, even about growing out of poverty by selling weed, I'm saying Africa even have minerals. So I don't think if we could not sell minerals, including gold, to get out of poverty, weed is going to get us out of poverty. So in platform-wise, I don't see much. But I'm saying, will I have done the same? I don't think so. I will have found 1,000 reasons not to run. But he is there. Kenyans can see that Wajackoyah is there. Kisi, I can tell you that where I started, look at the history of this country. Even slavery was legal, according to the white man's law. The written books, law, positivist. Holocaust was legal. You know, Hitler killed people because the German parliament had passed that Jews are bad people. But whenever a few voices come and say, you might all be right, and but I'm not a minority, but majority, because God is authority. Let us not just think that majority are always right. In fact, I was in one disability conference, and somebody presented saying, why are we not allowing people in Mathare to vote? Mathare mental institution. After all, we don't make better decision than them. So let the discourse continue. Let whoever want to nini. But all you guys, the least you should do as our leaders who have tried is to discourage an enthused Kenyan who is saying, I can do it.
But Wajackoyah and Maure are both in parties also, you know.
Yeah,
they're not.
You're talking about four parties. We have 4 representations of the presidential.
And
those are too much for him.
It's really annoying.
You know, I agree. In fact, I don't think we really disagreeing with my brother. I'm only saying that people should have choices. Of course, maybe it's dangerous to have 2 parties because you know, if the party democracy has not really grown to that level that you have no choice. Once you're thrown out, then you are good as dead. We can have, for the time being, we can have maybe 4, 5, you know. But having briefcase parties, because I've seen. I have actually, no, it's true. I have seen people selling political parties. I can tell you for free that you register, you have it there hanging. And when you look at, I mean, just look at where President Uhuru Kenyatta and my friend William have come from. 2013, they had different parties, different vehicles. They can't explain to you why they had different vehicles. They cannot explain to you. But somehow they found it convenient in 2013 because they are facing a threat to team up. They were not teaming up because they wanted to serve this country as 2 good friends, wearing the same attire.
Self-preservation.
You know, it was it was self-interest.
Survival for the fittest.
Yeah. Then then come 2017. Then they said, okay, now in fact, let us form one formidable party called Jubilee. Again, it was self-interest. Okay. I think what the other guy didn't discover that again, getting into this one party under now one leader, because now you must subject yourself to this guy. You know, when you had your own small little house, you are the boss. But anyway, he forgot that when you get to this other house, you have now a boss that you must report to. And that is probably how his dreams could have been crushed. But I'm happy that he has really stood the time.
Actually, you raised something. Just want to piggyback on that a bit, because what would happen in the event that, let me not use any of the specific names of the guys here. We have candidate A and B. Candidate A wins presidency. But in Bunge, candidate B has majority of the seats. What happens then? How then does the government, push its agenda?
So you do a handshake. You do a handshake, that's the easiest. Or you make sure you buy some of those fellows.
Ouch.
And we know
that is what happens.
Difficult.
That is what happens.
It's not difficult. Huh?
It's not difficult. You buy them off.
You see, for
They
me,
have
you get to parliament. A guy is already in parliament.
Yes.
you just make sure that he's compliant, or he
goes by your agenda.
He goes by the agenda that you've set. If his leader is not, agreeing to come to the table, and you work together as a unit to preserve your self-interest, buy his people.
So it becomes divide and rule.
Just buy them off.
What does it?
But you see, for me, this guy is a very dangerous guy. Because our constitution, I think I'm naive, and let me remain an idealist.
Maybe you say you're an academic, keep your ground.
Let me remain idealist, because this constitution came to change the political hygiene, isn't it? We had poor political hygiene. Have you seen those elected by party do oversight better? Because the constitution talk of check and balance, separation of power. Or they are robots, where you go to Upper Hill, meet their leader, and you have all their numbers. Why do they even vote? You might as well just ask where the leader is going to vote. Is that what the constitution envisions? Is that good for our democracy? Is that good for Kenyans? I don't think so. Right now, even as we blame Jubilee handshake, there's enough blame to go around in the failure of Parliament about our cost of living. They're the ones who approve this budget, are they not? The issue of debt, they're the ones who have been waving the ceiling. There's so much bad that have happened, and Parliament is in the middle of it. Why? Because of the so-called loyalty to the party. So that you have elected me from Rangwe constituency to come represent you. But then I am being directed from some quarters that are not the people. And of course I understand balancing the interests of the party. But has it been about the people? It has simply been an auctioning chambers where you go talk to the owner and you tell them, for this bag of potatoes, how much do I pay you? And you have the numbers. Is that better governance? So that we have an informal government where somebody's name is not in the constitution, but ministers are reporting to them. Is that good for rule of law? Look at what that comfort have made president do in terms of disobeying court orders, in terms of experimenting with BBI, in terms of NMS, in terms of militarizing institutions, in terms of things that otherwise he would not have done. So the fear of God, the fear to be impeached, was there not by accident. The leader should not be comfortable, because when you are comfortable, you are not accountable. And when you are not accountable, you are sabotaging the public interest and public good for the personal interest. So to me, I think that what we need is to strengthen our parliament.
Parties, I think.
To strengthen our parliament. Is it then possible to strengthen our parliament through the parties, or to strengthen our parliament by having more independent-minded people?
Achienge.
She told me she preferred Achienge instead.
That was off air.
No, we have to go back to that one because I'm trying to remember at what point. No, anyway, I think for me, it is strengthening the parties more than strengthening the... Well, if you strengthen the parties, then it follows that you will strengthen...
strengthening the party leaders, you mean?
No, the political party structure itself. Because ideally, at least when they're in a party, it is possible to summon. You know, it is possible to discipline, for lack of a better word. It is possible to give direction. The ideal of a political party is you have an ideology. We want to form government because we want to do for you 1, 2, 3. And the ideal is that when we vote because we want you to actually do for us that 1, 2, 3, which is why we did not vote for Party B, because what they wanted to do is not what is priority for us at this point in time. So when they form government, it is expected that they do things as they said they would, which is why then the party calls them and tells them, this is how we are going to vote. You know, so when they're voting that way, the assumption is this is what the people wanted. So we are going to vote in this direction.
Is that what happened?
The people wanted expressways. The people wanted beautiful.
BBI.
Yes, the people wanted BBI. See, there was public participation. The people wanted BBI. So the people spoke to their leaders, and so it was possible for party leadership to summon the MPs and tell them this is what the people want. So this is how we want you to vote. And for those who spoke to their people and their people wanted something different, then their political parties also called them and said, no, our people don't want this. You know. But now when you're independent, it is even easier to deal with you. It is easier to...
I'm curious. It almost sounds like MPs or politicians basically will get in there. It is hardly for the benefit of the people. Because if I'm going in there, yes, I may be pushing an agenda, but if I can be bought, so that it's not so much about the ideals that I stand for, it's about where my interests will be served best. And my interest may not necessarily be the interests of the people I represent.
I think a majority of people who aspire to get into public space, they have no intentions of serving the public. A majority of them. Either they have stolen public funds, and they know the easiest way of protecting yourself is being into an elective office. Because once you're inside there, you become a little bit useful. Yeah. But if you have stolen public funds and you're outside, it is easier for any administration to deal with you ruthlessly. But when you're there, they can keep on calling you and telling you, just read the file here. Duncan, this is your file. Just read your file. We'll give you time to read. Then they come back. Okay? Then they ask you, are you okay? Can we proceed? So it's up to you to say, no, please. Can you just hold it? Then you're told, okay, if you cooperate in this manner, we shall temporarily
close the file.
So a majority of these people, that's one group. There's another group of fellows who go there knowing very well it is the easiest way to ride public coffers, to get contracts from government. Because if you're not, if you're out and you're Raya, like we are, do you think you can access government contracts? But once you're inside, you can now get to the people who are at the top leadership and tell them that, I'm a nice boy and I'm always compliant. But I'm broke and I need to look as good as you. Please also facilitate me so that I can also live this good life that you're living, be able to take my children abroad, because that is the surest way and easiest way to acquire wealth, ill-rotten wealth. And that is why when you talk about sanitizing the political system, I think we need to start at a very early age. Because if it has happened in a place like Tanzania, I don't think they have too many political, even if they have a few strong political parties, 2, 3, which are strong. How come things in Tanzania work and function? How come there's less tribalism in Uganda and now to some extent in Rwanda? It is because the leadership said, no, listen, we must engrave certain values in our value system. It must be engraved from a very early age. You must be told, if you see somebody's chicken, somebody's hen passing, don't slaughter it. Don't Don't take it, slaughter, and start cooking. And when the owner complains, you say, but we can share this meal. Okay? So, we actually really need to work on ourselves at a very early age, because once we get to this level, even my sister here, she's beyond being repaired.
Oh my.
She's beyond being repaired. In fact, right now, it's a lost cause. It's lost. Yeah. So,
so are you saying then that we are a lost society?
But you see, no. We can always start from somewhere. We must have a leadership that is focused, that is honest, that has a passion to serve. We have seen it happening. My brother here says Lee Kuan Yew was a dictator, but the Singapore we have today is attributed to what that man did.
Yeah.
We may say our neighbor down the road, Kagame, although I think now he has overstayed. Sorry, my neighbors from Rwanda. You know, you should learn again to get to a certain point and say, you know what, I've done my bit, can I exit? Because you cannot only be the one who can provide leadership. So if it has happened in other places, our neighbors is a good example, Rwanda and Tanzania, it can also happen here. But we need to stop being greedy. What is happening, what is actually ailing Kenya is poor leadership, greed, and of course, greed is related to what? Corruption.
But you see, for me, the whole idea of party is a decoy or a code word for individual interests. Party do not say, I want to be behind.
Exactly.
Let us debunk and pierce through the so-called party so and so. It is an individual in the party. Party do not speak. Have you seen party sleep hungry? Have you seen party cold?
The same goes for
Have you
government.
seen party starving? But individuals do. So, in Kenya, and the way Achieng is using it, party have been used as a smoke screen to what I want. Somebody has become the party. So that, as Kizia is saying, you go and talk to the party. You cannot go and say, Orange, can I have your juice for 2 years? It will have to be an individual. Now, this individual come and say, this is party position. No meeting. No national delegate, right? No neck. This is the party position. Look at it this way. Even when Azimio was being formed, the attempt to say, this party tumeachia Nairobi, we have left Nairobi for Jubilee. When did the party sit? When did the other party sit? If not the 2-4 big guys on the table to say unaniachia nini? Chukua Nairobi, wewe, become the chair. Is that democracy?
No, question. Let me just try and, I see what you're saying, which has been a concern that has been there in the public space. So what if, for example, we have the party leadership, which is why you have leadership ideally, the ones who will make the decision, as they are called, the top organ, you know? And say the 4 of us are not the top organ of this party, okay? Then we sit, we have some deliberations, and we come up with, because we are mandated to make a decision on behalf of the party. So is it a fair assessment to say that it is always?
No.
You see, parties, for me, just a second. For me, representation is okay. Because that's what we are saying, isn't it? That it's not all party members who can speak, surely. That's why they have the chair and they have the organs. So maybe I look like I'm extremely bashing the idea of party leaders running parties. Not exactly, but I think it is also fair to say that there is a little bit of extreme. That when the party, Article 38, the right to form party or join a party is not a right to a party, it's a right to individual. When I've joined that party as an ODM member on the grassroots, and tomorrow I find ourselves working with KANU and we don't have a presidential candidate, to what extent am I represented in that decision? If today I realize that I wanted to be a candidate in that party, then today I realize that I cannot be a candidate in Nairobi because the party, in quotes, the party have decided to give that seat to a sister party. And then more of brother party, but because they are the guys working. To what extent don't you feel that it undermines the whole idea that the right to political party is a citizen right? Party, in other words, in summary, party is meant to serve people, not people to serve party. Party is meant for me, not me for party. But when I hear so often that party can even be going this way, and I joined it because it was headed this way, then tomorrow it goes south, and I'm told the decision has been made, and it has implication on my democratic rights finally.
But you can change.
Finally, the constitution, but the party can also consult me. Which one is easier? The party consulting me. Finally, the constitution anticipates that Kenya is a multi-party. That is a principle. Multi-party means that we don't anticipate a situation where all the parties agree and talk of handshake and say, my brother, what are you going home with? What are you going home with? Tumesikilizana as the big boys. Because that undermines multi-party. In other words, Achieng, what I'm imagining is that even if I'm not a member of ODM, it is in my interest that ODM thrives democratically. It is in my interest that Ford Kenya thrives because tomorrow it might be my next party. So then, it cannot be, if you are tired of the dictatorship here, see you walk away. Because where to? I will be walking away between those four parties. Then what next? Let the party be party, number one. And there is a difference between party and party leaders. And let that decision and the organs of parties be respected. You have seen that our National Delegate Conference is more of a dancing thing. In fact, there is no agenda. The person we want to endorse shows up when we are almost done, and we are told now, party, honorable party members, we are going to support so and so. And then we dance and we carry the balloons and we see fireworks. I don't think democracy was meant to work like that.
But at least there's a process to it. There's something you can see, as opposed to where we have
An illegal process.
the emerging independence now, you know, because for me that's the issue. And then remember, at least even with parties, we have an act to govern how parties work. You know, we have ORPP to deal with parties and their issues. Independence, you're just there. You're just on your own. I remember there were issues, Ochieng, when he went in as an independent, getting a seat in a committee, you know, because again, I think how we envision things is in terms of parties and how we operate in terms of parties. How do you deal with it? When you're elected as an independent governor, for example, if it were to happen, which MCAs do you have? How do you govern? If you were ever to have an independent president, you ask the question about Party A winning presidential,
Party
and
B
then
has
what
more
happened.
people in Bunge.
Now, if you are
Governance.
if you're an independent president or an independent governor,
You are with the
how
people.
do you govern? But the people already have
Bunge.
representatives who are in the assembly. They do not come every day there to pass policies for you. They pass their policies through their representatives. You have none of them. So how it becomes a nightmare.
So it becomes, we have an existing system and structure that would work ideally, but it has been abused by those in it. Bonakise, you had something to say
Public
about
participation is a constitutional requirement, so that's how it will work.
Public participation will not give vote in the assemblies.
because I mean the argument
You are
is that
supposed to consult the public before you go vote for BBI. So, if I'm independent, I will come to Rangwe constituency and vote them. Isn't that the constitution? Then public participation, call them into a hall and say, dear employers, there is this bill. How should I vote? And they will tell me, go east or west. Then I come and do it. So that solves that problem.
but I think that is in a country called Utopia.
That is in the constitution. Then tear that part from the constitution. Tear it off.
I think, to avoid a situation that our brother is trying to push for, where members of a particular political party are put in a room and direction is already decided, and they just become cheerers. Yeah, they say, okay, now this, normally they have agenda. Normally they have agenda. But that agenda, even if you have an opposing view, you cannot afford.
You cannot be the one who raises
You cannot afford to oppose it because you'll be thrown out of the meeting. So you see, we need to
Balance,
we need to make sure that all citizens, all people who belong to political parties understand their democratic rights, and they need to understand why, even in the first place, they're joining that political party. We need we need a lot of civic education. We need people who know what they are looking for. so that when you get into that meeting, you are not herded like sheep. That you get in and, in fact, you don't even understand in the first place why you're having that AGM. Because things have already been decided by 2-3 people in a boardroom. So you are just coming to rubber stamp.
Okay.
And dance. And
Okay.
dance.
Let me just interrupt a bit because we need to cross over to Mombasa where we can see there's an announcement being made. Let's listen in so we can know who it is that has been announced.
For Member of National Assembly, and we are waiting to print out, then we'll issue the certificates. However, we have the results for one polling station that we will announce minus that polling station, Kengeleni Primary School, Station 3. So we'll wait for the printout and then do the announcements. Thank you. Kura yako ya kwanza. Kura yako ya kwanza.
What you're seeing right here at the NITA Constituency Tallying Center, we're waiting for the printing of the certificate, and there will follow thereafter the official announcement of the winner of this year's 2022, the Nyali constituency parliamentary seat, the winner. And what we are saying, it's pretty obvious that it is the UDA's Mohammed Ali. Mohammed Ali is the second time that he's defending his seat. He is the incumbent member of parliament in this particular constituency that has over 124,000 voters, and there he is in the company of the former Nairobi governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, and besides Sonko, that is Omar Shalo, who is he was a candidate from Vita constituency but was defeated by Mohamed Mashele. Mashele is the ODM candidate, and so far what we have received is that there's two announcements that have been made today. One was Kisauni, Rashid Juma Benzimba was announced, and he emerged winner and the MP-elect for Kisauni constituency after garnering of 34,000 votes, 747. And then now we're here at the NITA Constituency Tallying Center, where any moment from now we're waiting for the IEBC to officially announce the results, and there we will have then speak to the MP-elect, presume that should be Mohammed Ali, after he gets the official certificate from the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. So it has been a tedious process here, counting and tallying of ballot papers from the 5 wards within Nyali constituency, and it has come to an end and a conclusion. Then after here, we're also being informed that the similar process is happening across the 3 other constituencies. From here, we'll be heading to Mvita, where any moment from now also the winner will be given his certificate. The same is also happening in Jomvu, Changamwe and Likoni respectively. respectively. So we just any moment from now waiting for the IEBC official to give Mohammed Ali his certificate, and as you can see there, he's seated anxiously waiting as well. It's been a fierce campaign season for Ali, because he's been facing his challenger from the Orange Democratic Movement Party, Said Abdallah, who was trailing him very closely. And remember, Mohammed Ali is the only UDA candidate that has been elected in Mombasa County. All the 5 other constituencies have been won by ODM candidates, and that is also what we've seen according to the Governor Hassan Joho, who tweeted a couple of hours ago thanking the people of Mombasa for electing ODM candidates, indicating that it is still the ODM stronghold. But again, getting one seat shows how popular the Deputy President, the kind of, the kind of inroads that he's made, not only here in Mombasa, but across the coastal region. So this definitely will pass a message to his political rivals, and of course also noting that Mohammed Ali has been fronting his agenda. He's been very vocal campaigning for the Deputy President in Mombasa, rubbing shoulders with some of the key political elements in this region. Now that he is in the same camp with the former Nairobi Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko, who decamped from Wiper. Sonko was in the race for the gubernatorial position, but he was, due to court cases, he could not manage to proceed, and thereafter now joining the Deputy President William Ruto, campaigning for his candidates in the region. And again, talking about Sonko's running mate was Ali Mbogo. Ali Mbogo is the incumbent Kisauni Member of Parliament. But he abandoned his seat and decided to deputize Sonko in the race to succeed Hassan Joho. But that did not happen. Now we really are expecting, perhaps, if they struck a deal with the Kenya Kwanza coalition, then because he has no, any elective seat, he's not longer vying for any elective seat here in Mombasa. But again, it has been a really fierce political duel between ODM and UDA, as well as the Pamoja African Alliance Party, that is PA, as well as a Wiper. But this time here in Nyali constituency, it has the die has been casted, and Nyali now have the MP elect, but that will come to a reality as soon as he will be awarded the certificate, although the returning officer of this particular polling station, Tallying Center, had already indicated that yes, what they're doing currently is just processing the printing of a certificate. So that's a clear indication that he will be given the certificate any moment from now. The supporters are here already. His supporters are in the room waiting for that moment. The same situation that we witnessed in Shanzu, where the winner, the MP-elect Bedzimba, was also in the company of his family members and supporters who went, the jubilation that was witnessed there was one of a kind, because it was a moment they've been waiting for. Bedzimba has been out for 10 years. He was once elected a member of parliament in Kisauni. Then he was ousted by Ali Mbogo. Now he's back to the August House to represent the people of Kisauni. So it is something that we are keenly following up on. Now what we're left with, if I'm told the same situation is going down in Likoni, Mvita, Changamwe and Jomvu. Those are the only constituencies. They are yet to make official communication regarding those members of parliament, or the candidates who've been elected as members of parliament. We are waiting for that, as well as the position of woman representative that will be happening at the Kenya School of Government, the County Tallying Center. That position, and as well as that for the senator, will be done by the county returning officer Swalha Yusuf, whom we understand is already on site and waiting for the final verification of the ballot papers before making the official announcement of the two leaders that we are only waiting for in order to conclude this, the decision 2022 in Mombasa County. Remember, Mombasa County did not participate in the gubernatorial race that came after the suspension of the race due to some mix-up in ballot papers. And but the IEBC has set up a fresh date that will now see the people of Mombasa go back to the ballot. That will be on the 23rd of this month. I believe that's just 2 weeks away. They'll be back again in the ballot to elect their governor, a race that now has also another formidable candidate from the ODM party. The UDA party also has a candidate who is Hassan Omar. The Orange Democratic Movement Party has a Victor legislator who is running for the first time for the position of governor. That's Abdul Swamad Sharif Nasir. There's also William Kingi of the Pamoja African Alliance. There is VDP candidates Awiti Bolo and Kitsao, and also, of course, there's also another independent candidate. But this has been, said to be a two-horse race between UDA and ODM. I remember ODM has the ODM candidate is a close ally of the former Prime Minister and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga, and of course also the deputy party leader of ODM and the incumbent governor of Mombasa County, Hassan Joho, who have been campaigning for Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, rallying the coastal voters to ensure that they vote for a six-piece pattern to ensure that they elect the governor all the way down to MCA, to ensure that all those who will secure these elective seats are members of the Orange Party. But that will be decided by the people of Mombasa when they go back to the ballot on the 23rd of August to elect the governor. Indeed, it's going to be a fierce battle, as I said, between ODM and UDA. The Deputy President, William Ruto, has been here several times trying to woo the voters of Mombasa, whereby, according to the IEBC, the number of registered voters in Mombasa is 641,000 and spread across the six constituencies. And indeed, it has been one political season where both political divides have been traversing Mombasa County, wooing voters to support their candidates. And it will be, a duel, as I said, something that perhaps not only the country is watching, but the world. Remember, Mombasa is one of the counties that has one of the biggest economies being generated by some of the key economic sectors, such as the port. Speaking of the port, this has been at the center of the politics this year. Both sides of the political divides promising residents to ensure that they transform the economy of this region by ensuring the return of port services. That sentiment, came from ODM party leader and Azimio la Umoja One Kenya. Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga, as well as the deputy president, who is the presidential candidate of UDA. They have both been campaigning, promising the people of the coast region that they will be returning the port services within the first 100 days as soon as they get to the office. And you can see there Mohammed Ali is smiling. I believe that he is quite happy about the moment, and we'll be getting to speak to him shortly after he gets his certificate. So Dan, we're just on standby here waiting to hear from the IEBC. As soon as they hand over the certificate to Mohammed Ali, we'll definitely be getting to hear from him, explaining, just to get to understand how he has been running his campaign. Now it's final. He has won the seat, and definitely just stay tuned. We'll be bringing you more updates from Nita Constituency Tallying Center in Nyali.
Thank you very much, Kevin Mutai, who's giving us just a commentary from Mombasa, from Nyali, which is what you can see on one of the screen, split screen portions there, where we have Muhammad Ali, who is touted as being the man who's going to, officially be announced as the MP-elect of the constituency of Nyali. He's, an ardent UDA member and supporter, and so is part of the narrative that, not the narrative, but the trend we're seeing in some areas where the UDA wave is shaking off the ODM one. We also have, live footage from Eldoret, where, as you'd expect, tallying is ongoing, and Lois Wangoi is there monitoring it for us. And at the Bomas of Kenya, we can see some of the agents of the different political leaders there, as they also await the processes and go through the processes of verification. Verification and the likes. And so we are monitoring across the board, and even now let's actually cross over to Nandi County, where Ibrahim Karanja is. Ibrahim, good afternoon. What's the status there in Kapsabet?
Well done. Very good afternoon to you. It is true that we are in Kapsabet. This is the headquarters of Nandi County. And now, given that we are at the county tallying center, all our focus, all our eyes are shifting to this particular building. This is where we expect the action will be happening from any hour from now, especially going late into the night, for the announcement and declaration of results for the 3 county seats. That is the seat of governor, the seat of senator, and the seat of woman representative. And the reason I'm saying this is where the focus shifts to, Dan, is because as we speak, Nandi County already knows who their faces will be at the national level. What I'm talking about is all the 6 constituencies in Nandi County already know their members of parliament elect. That exercise is over and done with at all the constituency tallying centers. The 6 new members of parliament who will be representing the people of Nandi County, the 406,288 voters of Nandi County, will be represented. I quickly give you the list, and I think I should start with the very latest results that we have received from the constituency tallying centers. That is from Chesumei constituency, which a UDA member of parliament has won, or a UDA candidate has won in that particular seat, and his name is Paul Biego. That is the latest and the last result we received of a member of parliament candidate here. But the new face of Nandi County at the national level, especially at the National Assembly, are all of the UDA party. And then a very interesting thing, 5 of them are new members of parliament. Only one is making a comeback to their guest house. I quickly name them. In Nandi Hills constituency, Bernard Kitur is the new member of parliament of, by now I should call him member of parliament elect until that time that he shall be sworn in. Bernard Kitur representing Nandi Hills constituency. Mosop constituency will be represented by Abraham Kirwa, again of UDA party. Then Mgwen constituency will be represented by the youngest member of parliament from Nandi County, that is Joses Lelmengit, who was announced or declared winner and even handed over the election certificate last night. Then Aldai constituency will be represented by former chief of staff for deputy president, that is Marianne Keitani. She will be the new member of parliament for Aldai constituency, having floored Corneli Serem. And like I have said, Chesumei, which is the last constituency whose results we received some few minutes ago, will be represented by Paul Biego, while Tinderet constituency is the only constituency which gave their member of parliament a comeback. That is Julius Meli, who will go back to parliament to represent Tinderet constituency. As we speak, like I said, we are waiting to get the official results for the 3 county seats, now given that all the constituencies have finished tallying, and we expect the county returning officer Silas Rotich to be starting that exercise. We are told that in Nandi, about 2 constituencies have already physically delivered their Form 34B to the National Tallying Center at the Bomas of Kenya. So 4 more constituencies need to present their Form 34B. That is required to physically be availed at the National Tallying Center. But come with me, Dan, and our viewers, to quickly show you what is happening at the County Tallying Center. Even as I tell you, the 6 candidates who are vying for the seat of governor here in Nandi County, they include Joseph Kiptarus Bor, there is Nicholas Tirop Koech, there is Peter Kipkemboi Kombora, there is Cleophas Kiprop Lagat, who is the first governor, pioneer governor. There is Kibet Anderson Serem, and also there is the incumbent Stephen Kipiego Sang, who's vying on UDA. All the rest, the 5 of them, are vying as independent candidates. For senator, the winners in this particular 3 contests that I'm mentioning will be declared in this room. Just to show you the pictures, is that the IEBC officials are tallying the results of what they have received from the constituencies so far. And if Nanga can come with me to just get closer and get to know what it is that they are doing. The senator candidates include Mark Kirwa of the Jubilee Party and Samson Cherargei, who is the incumbent senator vying on a UDA party ticket. So we expect that winner will also be declared from here. Very busy IEBC officials, of course, waiting to tally what they'll have received from the constituencies. And the woman representative position has attracted 3 candidates. Of course, again, the winner will be named from this particular hall at the Kapsabet Boys High School. The 3 candidates include Stella Chepkemboi Ruto, who is an independent candidate. There is Tufena Tongoi Korir of PDU, as well as Cynthia Jepkoskei Muge of the UDA party. So Dan, how it is here in Nandi, and especially in Kapsabet where I've been, some sort of calm, even as the people of Nandi are observing the National Tallying Center and the results that are coming from the different media houses, tallying the presidential results. This is one of those areas which are touted to be the stronghold for Deputy President William Ruto. Of course, that can also be seen by the number of members of parliament. All the members of parliament are 100% UDA, so they are all hoping for a William Ruto win. But what is happening in Kapsabet is lots of peace, people sitting in groups and discussing the results that they are seeing from their different TV channels, and of course waiting for that time that the IEBC will start formally announcing the results for president upon receipt of the Form 34B. Like I have said, here in Nandi County, we are sure that 2 Form 34B have already arrived at the National Tallying Center. The other 4 for the constituencies that were a bit slow in bringing their results here will also be handed over. But Silas Rotich is the man who will be in charge here, and as we speak, we know that they are ready to announce the 3 winners. But Dan, from here in Nandi County, we take our viewers straight to Uasin Gishu County, where Lois Wangoi is also waiting. Lois, what do you have from Uasin Gishu?
Good afternoon from the county of Uasin Gishu. We come to you from Tarbo constituency. This evening, we can authoritatively report that 5 constituencies here in Uasin Gishu County have already put their maps and their tallying and their documents in order. And in those 5 constituencies, we visited at their constituencies tallying centers, and they have done the needful. Now, there's a problem here at Tarbo constituency, a state of a bit of confusion. We are not yet exactly to pick what is going on, but at Tarbo constituency tallying center, the maths here is yet to be reconciled, and the returning officer is yet to do the needful. So what has happened in the 5 constituencies which the returning officers have been able to do the needful? First, those are 5 returning officers from the 5 constituencies who have their maths and their papers and their ballot papers in order have been able to declare and announce the members of parliament elect. We start in Moiben constituency, where Phyllis Barto of the UDA party successfully managed 40,892 votes, and she has been awarded her certificate by her returning officer at Moiben constituency. This Phyllis Bartow is a new entrant in matters politics, and she has successfully edged out the sitting member of parliament, Silas Tiren, who managed 8,790 votes. Silas Tiren attempted to defend his seat on an independent ticket. We move to Ainapkoi constituency, and the returning officer there also had an opportunity to announce the member of parliament elect. His name is Samuel Chepkonga. He managed 26,479 votes against William Chepkut, who is the sitting member of parliament, who managed 13,510. Samuel Chepkonga is also from the UDA party. In Soi constituency, David Lagata is the member of parliament elect. He got 50,540 votes. A new entrant in politics is currently serving as the speaker of the county of Uasin Gishu. When it comes to Kapseret constituency, the incumbent, Oscar Sudi, is the MP elect. He managed 31,534 votes. His closest competitor was Francis Murgor, an independent candidate who managed 11,091 votes. Finally, at Kesas constituency, we have a member of parliament elect was announced early morning. His name is Julius Ruto. He managed 32,839 votes, and the incumbent, Dr. Swarup Mishra, managed 21,404 votes. Dr. Swarup Mishra is among the big names that are seemingly going home owing to him losing to Julius Ruto of the UDA party. Importantly to note, all these members of parliament in the 5 constituencies that I have named belong to the UDA party, and so it is pretty much a yellow affair here in Uasin Gishu County. Now we are awaiting for Tarbo constituency tallying center to put its house in order, and after we get the results from this particular constituency, then all eyes will move to the county's main tallying center, where we expect that the county returning officer will now do her main duty, that of reconciling the maths of the persons who will be running this particular county, starting with the gubernatorial ticket, the senatorial one, and the women representative. So we are here at Tarbo constituency, and as I noted, we still went around all the polling centers before getting here. And though we have not received the provisional results yet from the constituency returning officer, we can note that the incumbent member of parliament who came in on an independent ticket, Madam Janet Sitiene, she's seemingly having a good lead, and we expect that this afternoon, after Tarbo puts its house in order, she will be named the member of parliament elect. We wait for that, madam. Yes, I'm still saying this is from our own tallying across polling stations. You're doing quite well. We expect that you will be pronounced the MP elect. But before that, could you talk to us about what's happening at this particular tallying center? We have seen all the other 5 constituency tallying centers putting their house in order, and the maths is out there. What is not happening at Tarbo constituency tallying center?
Thank you. According to the IEBC, we are just waiting for the results, and they are just finalizing their final tallies. And we have really put pressure on them that we have really waited too long, and we want it out now. We also want to thank IEBC. Even with these few hitches, the election process has been very good. It was one of the best. It was well organized. The stations were opened on time, except for a few challenges on Kim's kits, which were rectified. We want to say generally, we are able to say to congratulate Chepukati team for a good job done during the election. It's been the elections has been very peaceful. The people have been very peaceful. We have maintained peace, and that tells us that for those who have been propagating that Uasin Gishu is a hotspot should be put to shame, because we have remained peaceful. There have been a lot of peace, and we want to urge the constituents and the people of Uasin Gishu to continue doing so. As we wait for results, I know we are soon going to be announced. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Turbo because they have spoken.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And you came in the last general election as an independent candidate. This evening, we are looking forward to you being named as a Turbo Member of Parliament elect, but on a UDA ticket. We have seen the UDA wave all the way from up to the bottom. I don't use bottoms up. Someone else may interpret it differently, but all the way down. My question is, the residents of Uasin Gishu voting just from a point of getting support to the deputy president who is eyeing the seat on a UDA ticket, or the residents also just giving it a deep thought and not just ensuring that wanapiga kama suti because it is a UDA stronghold?
I just want to say that politics is local. And since politics is local, the main party in Uasin Gishu is UDA. And therefore, the people are aligned to UDA because that is the party they stand for. And because we have the candidate coming from Uasin Gishu County, and since politics is local, we are aligned to our party. We support it. We support the president because he's one of our own. And the biggest picture is not because he's one of our own, because that comes in. But the biggest picture is what kind of manifesto does he sell to the people of Kenya? That is the biggest thing that people looked at. That is, he has a plan, he has an agenda for the people of Kenya, and he has cut across in his campaigns. He has run around across the country to actually ask for votes from the people of Kenya.
And finally, Madam Janet Rotich, my final question would be, the presidential tally continues at the Bomas of Kenya. People may be wondering, how is the mood in Uasin Gishu and in Eldoret?
The mood is very calm. We are optimistic, and we want to trust God, because it's about the people of Kenya speaking and about prayers. We have prayed and the people have spoken, so we are just waiting for the verdict.
Asante, that is Janet Sichtene. She is about to be named the Turbo Member of Parliament elect after this particular tallying center, which is Turbo Constituency Tallying Center, puts its math in order, and from there, granted, the other 5 constituencies have already submitted their maths and their paperwork to the county main tallying center. Then all the focus will now shift from here to there. There we expect that the county returning officer will give and proclaim the leaders who will now be manning the county, namely the governor's seat, the senatorial seat, and the women representative seat. But from the provisional results that we've been able to tally from the 5 constituencies who have already submitted their numbers, we can almost be certain that for the governor's position, the county returning officer will be naming Jonathan B. of the UDA party. Jackson Mandego will be named for the senator's position, and he's also in the UDA party and outgoing governor Uasin Gishu County. And for the women representative seat, the incumbent Gladys Boss Shule is seemingly taking the day. So that is Uasin Gishu in a nutshell. But something that we must note, even after most of these members of parliament elect have been declared the winners and awarded the certificates, and also the members of the county assembly, all of them were keen to note in their addresses that they will not be doing any sort of celebration first, and all their focus is at the Bomas of Kenya, where there is the National Tallying Center, and they want to see how UDA's presidential flag bearer, Deputy President William Ruto, will perform. So they note, depending on how that goes, then that will inform the celebrations here at home. So from here we move to the counties. From here we move to the county's main tallying center, even as the residents of Uasin Gishu continue to follow closely what is happening at the Bomas of Kenya with regards to numbers. Granted that one of the presidential candidates is a son of the soil from Uasin Gishu County. So from here we move to the neighboring Elgeyo Marakwet County, yet another stronghold of the UDA party, and my colleague Gabriel Kudaka is at Iten. Kudaka, I can't see you, but I can certainly hear you. How are you doing, and what numbers are we seeing from the county of Elgeyo Marakwet?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is Iten, the main tallying center for Elgeyo Marakwet County. We've just come from Kaptagat Girls High School, the tallying center for Keyo South, where the area MP Gideon Kimayas has been declared the winner of the elections. He got 35,881 votes against his competitor, Maker Kigen of Kano, who got 12,068 votes. The third was Florence Kipias of ODM, who got 361 votes. Tallying had just been concluded, and the RO just traveled to Nairobi to submit the required papers to the main center there. Now with me here is the county returning officer, just to tell us how the progress is. So what's your name, and then so far how is the situation, and what have you said so far?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Charles Mutai, the county returning officer of Elgeyo Marakwet. I'm happy to say that we are on course. Everything is good. We are progressing very well. We've managed to clear the results for all the candidates, and as you've been told, the returning officer for Keyo South has just announced and declared the winners for the MNA and MCA for Keyo South. We managed to finish Keyo North last night, and we are waiting for Keyo Marakwet East and Marakwet West today. The returning officers are on the way. They are bringing the results, but already they've announced the winners for the MNA and MCA positions. Right now, we are expecting them to bring us the forms 37, 38, and 39, so that we collate and announce the winners for the county positions. That is the Senate, County Woman Member of National Assembly, and the Governor. So shortly we'll be receiving the arrow from those three constituencies. And I'm happy to say that two of our returning officers who are in charge of Keyo North and Keyo South are already at the airport. They've taken the form 34A and 34B to the national returning officer. So hopefully we'll be able to clear the county positions tomorrow, or even late in the evening today, as soon as I get the forms from the returning officers.
Any hiccups so far?
So far, so good. It's only that it has taken time for us to clear the remaining positions, because there is a lot of paperwork, and we have to be very thorough on our work, and that is what has delayed our returning officers. But I'm really grateful because everything has gone on smoothly, and we've not had any challenge at all. Security-wise, I appreciate the county security team who are here with me, because they've done a wonderful job, especially the Kerio Valley area, where we were foreseeing maybe challenges. But all in all, we are grateful. Even the weather, when we started, there was a lot of rain, but now we are good. So hopefully we'll be able to clear the remaining positions tonight.
Thank you so much. We shall be here with you as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, apart from here, we've also had Adams Kipsinai of UDA, who got 26,560 votes against James Murgor, an independent, who got 11,213 votes. From here, shall be going to Marakwet West, and also Marakwet East, just to talk to the winners there as well. Back to you, Dan.
Very much, Gabriel Kudaka, for that, and Lois Wangoi as well, as we continue getting different details of different races. And even as we go along, just some updates we can share with you is that one of them, Kimilili MP, that's Didmas Barasa, has moved to court seeking anticipatory bail pending arrest in relation to the shooting incident that happened of his competitor's aide or driver. He says, the argument he says through his lawyer, that's John Haminwa, says that DCI has not fully investigated the matter. And so he alleges the victim was part of a hit squad deployed from Nairobi and was killed by a stray bullet. Dr. John Haminwa, the lawyer, says that Mr. Barasa has been branded a murderer without the due process being followed, prejudicing his right to fair trial and hence the need for the court to grant him bail pending arrest. And the point is he's still at large. The police are looking for him. We earlier saw the regional commissioner in the Western region, regional commander I should say, saying that he has been ordered to surrender to the nearest police station. And so we are waiting to see how that pans out, because he's still at large, so he's hoping to get that kind of relief from the courts. Aside from that, other updates just show that former Cabinet Secretary for Trade, Industry and Enterprise Development, then he was moved to the East African Community and Regional Development, that's Adan Mohamed, has conceded defeat after it was found that he is not going to win. That is for the governor's seat for Mandera. So Adan Mohamed has conceded defeat as well, and he was running on a Jubilee ticket. The official results are yet to be announced, but Adan Mohamed has conceded. Aside from that, we are seeing various other results coming in from different parts of the country, which have been announced officially. And we have, for instance, there was the recount of votes in Kirinyaga's Geshugu constituency, and the recount has been done after it was allowed by the IEBC, and we see that I have the figures. I'm just trying to retrieve them, but it showed that Anne Waiguru has won in that particular constituency. Aside from that, we have some other results that have been announced, like Mboni constituency, that's in Makueni. Raila Odinga has 50,649, Ruto has 9,706, Wajakoya and Mwaure have 351 and 122, I should say, respectively. We have also seen that Dagoretti South presidential results, Raila Odinga 26,947, William Ruto 4120, George Wajakoya 328, Waiga Mwaure 230. We also have the parliamentary seats. John Kiarie, or KJ, has retained his seat, having garnered 26,394 votes against Dennis Owero of Jubilee, who had 22,773. Then an independent candidate, Brian Mushene, got 13,786. That is for Dagoretti South. So KJ of UDA has retained it. We see Kieni constituency, William Ruto 62,507, Raila 11,894, Mwaure 199, and Wajakoya 261. So we see again the yellow wave in the mountain. We also have some results from Kibwezi East. Jessica Mbalu from Wiper has won with 11,395, followed by Willie Malile, an independent, at 91,69. Then we have Kitonga Mwilu Muungano 60,51, and a lot more. Another significant one is that the incumbent and now outgoing governor of Bungoma, that is Wycliffe Wangamati, has conceded defeat to his predecessor, I should say, who is now again his successor, that is Kenneth Lusaka. He says that the people of Bungoma have spoken and we respect the decision. So he congratulates Kenneth Lusaka on his election as the governor of Bungoma County. So the governor, the sitting governor, and now the outgoing governor, that's Wycliffe Wangamati, has conceded defeat. Yes, I found the numbers for the Geshugu constituency governor election results. The recount or retallying: Waiguru 36,675, Ngirishi 21,285. And as these numbers continue coming in, you realize that the presidential race is quite a tight one. It is still one that, we are monitoring, and you can see how close it is. Currently, William Ruto has again, on the provisional figures, crossed the 50% mark. Is at 50.19 with 6,666,091 votes. Raila Odinga is at 49.13% at 6,525,306. Wajakoya has 58,798 votes, and then we have Wahiga Mwaure at 39,23 votes, and so this is 41,195 polling stations of 46,229 votes. So we are coming close to the 90% mark of the total tallies, and so we are looking at what this means for those. We'll confirm those which are the official results, and also but these right now are provisional results which have been tallied. And so The presidential race is a very close one. Kenyans are meant to be, are looking at where the pendulum is going to, to settle. We have, will it settle on, Raila Odinga, or will it settle on the side that favors William Ruto based on the votes as they have been cast? It's something to look out for, something to see as we go along, because these tallies keep interchanging. They keep interchanging from one of these gentlemen to the other, and so it is curious to see how far we go. And so, my panel, just briefly, as before we take a break, as we close, so far 5 MPs in Nyeri have been elected on UDA ticket. That's Duncan Mathenge in Nyeri Town, Wainaina Njoroge Kieni, Jeffrey Wandeto Tetu, John Kagusha Mukurweni. Kagusha has been the Speaker of the County Assembly there, and Michael Wainaina Odhaya. And as we prepare to cross over to Nyeri for a bit, where I believe they're making the announcements, maybe Achieng, do you feel this is a revolt vote against President Uhuru Kenyatta from the mountain?
I think so, because Raila's performance seems to have improved a bit. When you look at the mountain compared to the last election, we had hoped that President Kenyatta would bring significant numbers. So I think it is safe to assume, to make the assumption that what Raila, the little numbers that Raila has added to himself are just efforts by himself, because Uhuru came with presidency, my friend, presidency, not just an individual. He is he was the, what do you call them? The tribal leader,
the kingpin.
The kingpin, yes, that's the word I was looking for. He was the kingpin of the mountain, and you would expect that despite the mountain not having been very keen on Raila, they would have at least shown some respect, and voted in favor of his preferred candidate decently, not much, decently. But clearly, they wanted nothing to do with him. And they did not want us to misinterpret. They did not want us to go like, hey, maybe they tried. Maybe. They were very clear in delivering this message. They didn't try. Even in his Kiambu backyard, they did not try. In other places where we thought they had very strong candidates, Jubilee had very strong candidates, And if you remember, people were very keen. Why I'm saying it is Raila's own is because the candidates, the Azimio leaning candidates in the mountain, were not even adding Raila's image in their campaign material. Really, he was not there. Even the R alone was not there. So really, the expectation was that people would associate the Azimio-related leaning candidates in the mountain with Uhuru. I think that was the plan, for them to, you just think Azimio and you think Uhuru, but it has not worked, it has backfired. Nonetheless, it didn't just backfire on Uhuru. The turnout has been extremely low, so even Rigathi can't go chest stamping because, really, he should have done better. Either way, they had something at stake. They did not have a presidency, but both sides were offering a running mate. So we expected that the percentages, the numbers, the turnout would be higher than it is. Rigathi may have better percentages than what Mata has delivered, but the numbers, bottom line, it is a bit wanting. So yes, it was a protest vote against Uhuru rather than Raila, because if Raila has earned, Raila has brought in more. I think that's how I see it. Okay,
and just in closing, Bwana Ojwang, what is your feeling about the mountain? Because I would like now Bwana Kisia to close for us in regards to, actually let's just, because she's touched on the mountain, let's just close by talking about briefly the fact that we've got people who have been having questionable character and now they're getting into the ballot. Earlier on we're talking about, it's the same thing Bwana Matiang'i said, that we are about to vote 40%, thugs, so to speak, and he warned Kenyans. And we are seeing people with questionable character, some with court cases. We've got convicts who are getting into office. What's that to say for the country as we close very briefly?
It says nothing. We have a right to vote for somebody for no good reason at all. That is what democracy entails. And I got very worried when Matiang'i became the Puritan and the moral police with the instrument of power where he can arrest, investigate, telling us Kenyans, if you know the wolves are coming and we are your children, will you just say, hey children, there comes the wolves, you on your own take care. So it is part of the state projectness that have collapsed. But finally, I think on Mount Kenya, of course it is a valley of broken dreams for Jubilee. It has done better in Western than in Mount Kenya. The mountain has not moved symbolically, but I also think that it also proved that the political experiment of handshake has backfired. That the handshake was meant to bring the mountain, and they were left behind. From the votes, you can see that they did not join the party, and they took their own way. So here is a situation where people like Kioni and whatever. But you see, I bemoan as I conclude, because there were all the signs. There were all the signs that the mountain shall not be moved.
Kisia, briefly, I'm told we have to run out.
Yeah, very briefly. Now, first of all, I think Uhuru is paying a price, paying a very heavy political price. But maybe one day in future, you remember him. Because, you know, there's been a sort of a ping pong. Gema, Kalenjin, Gema, and so on and so forth. I think Uhuru made an attempt to break that, that genes.
Okay.
That it can't be two tribes, and yet we have more than 43 tribes. So he's paying the price. Maybe we'll not see what he was attempting to do. We'll see it one day in future. But back to the mountain. I think what has happened is good, because for the first time in history, they have made history. They have not moved in a particular direction based on their political kingpin. They have decided to defy their political kingpin. So I'm hoping that going into the future, we'll see more of defiance, so that maybe in the very near distant future, we'll have one cohesive country called Kenya, voting based on issues and not based on personalities.
All right. Thank you very much, Philip Kisia, Acheng Osogo, and Duncan Ojwang for speaking to us and speaking with us and just giving us better insight into all this. Some very good conversations. I wish we would go on, but I can see my colleagues from the Swahili team are here. I can see Salim Swale as well as Nur Abdulaziz, who are coming in to take the next block. We are going to be with you until the fat lady sings. No, let's just stay to the parabolic version of it. As of, we don't want to have problems with Bwana Chebukati. But until that happens, we are going to be with you, giving you coverage and just giving you up-to-date, legitimate information. We are going to be the system is updating in terms of the votes. Thank you for joining us. I'll be back later on as I join my other colleagues on the next English block. But for the next number of hours, we are going to be having a Swahili team taking over and leading this conversation. We stay live. My name is Dan Mwangi. Have yourselves a great evening.
This is NTV.
Magic. Magic.
Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
Magic. Magic.
New Stace of Ultra Concentrate is my mom's choice. 1. It is 4 times more concentrated. 2. It's ready to use. No need to dilute. 3. It's packed with 4 times more fragrance. And it smells so good. 4. One bottle gives you 40 washes. That's 4 times more washes. New Stace of Ultra Concentrate is 4 times more concentrated. For 4 times more washes and for 4 times more fragrance.
I know that Riara University is going to make my dreams come true.
Registration is ongoing.
Join our September 2022 intake, download an application form from our website and enroll today. Or visit any of our campuses in Limuru, Nairobi, Machakos or Nakuru. This is St. Paul's University, your university of choice.
Magic. Magic.
Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody feel it, come around, we grind, we grind. Everybody, 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 everybody. Oh yeah! Everybody in the front, front, front. Everybody in the front, front, front. Everybody in the front, front, front.
The music right here on Nation FM is on another level. We're playing the best hits, the biggest hits, right here on 96.3 Nation FM. My name is Antonio Soul. It's the Nation FM Drive every single weekday, Monday to Friday, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. The best hits, the best conversation, the best guests. It's all about entertainment, business, politics, and everything in between. Call me Sugar, because I keep it sugar and spice and all things nice.
Everybody, everybody, round, around, around.
The moment is here.
We are ready as the people of Kenya to make appropriate choices.
Hii uchaguzi itakuwa baina ya wafisadi
na baina ya Wakenya ambao wanataka mabadiliko.
After months of grueling campaigns, debates and manifestos,
it's my humble opportunity to exercise your right to vote.
Tunakuja kuleta huo ukweli.
It is decision time. NTV is on hand to bring you unrivaled coverage of Kenya's biggest election yet. Starting Sunday, all the way until Election Day.
Welcome to Success Gardens, Gatanga Road. This gated community is the most ideal place to set up your dream home. The project already has a beautiful gate, Maram compacted roads, and it's already beaconed. Call us on 0790 300 300.
Do you need access to verified numbers of previous general elections and minute-by-minute updates on who is winning and who is losing? Nation Media got you. Simply log into elections.nation.africa from any device and get verified updates and data for your analysis. The platform is easy to navigate and absolutely free. Stay informed with accurate and verified elections data on elections.nation.africa. The most preferred elections data website you deserve.
Labor markets, economies, enterprises, supply chains, governments, workers, employers. We go deeper and beyond. Business Daily. Available off and online.
Now this is a celebration.
The finals, when 60-foot prayer can get answered at the buzzer.
It's more like 61 feet.
I mean, you gotta be great from game 1 and game 7.
Because when the champagne stops popping, does anybody know what's left?
Legendary status, my man.
Yes, Dirk. Exactly. Oh my greatness.
Dave, this line is not going down, and you're burning up. But I'll sort you out, my friend. See that barrier? Go for it. Yeah.
Bing bang bing. Bum, bum.
Mama Stevo, where are the kids?
I think they're upstairs doing their revision.
Oh, you guys are here. Maria and Steve, which revision papers are you doing today?
Baba, mimi nashughulikia maswali ya marudio ya somo la Kiswahili kutoka kwa gazeti la Taifa Leo.
Na wewe?
I am working on the mathematics revision paper from the Junior Sport magazine of the Daily Nation.
Wow, this is wonderful. Are the revision papers from Taifa Leo and Daily Nation working for you guys?
Yes, Dad. Wanauliza maswali yao kwa njia nzuri na nyepesi sana.
And the questions are in tandem with our syllabus.
Dear parents, invest in Taifa Leo and Junior Sport for KCPE and KCSE revision papers. Kwa maswali ya gazeti la Taifa Leo, usiukose uhondo huo kila Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. In our Junior Sport, it's every Monday. Do not miss out.
Kwa mapenzi magic.
The moment is
ready as the people of Kenya to make appropriate choices.
Hii uchaguzi itakuwa baina ya wafisadi na baina ya Wakenya ambao wanataka mabadiliko.
After months of grueling campaigns, debates and manifestos,
It's my humble opportunity to exercise your right to vote.
Tunakuja kuleta huo ukweli.
it is decision time. NTV is on hand to bring you unrivaled coverage of Kenya's biggest election yet. Starting Sunday, all the way until election day.
Welcome to Success Gardens, Gatanga Road. This gated community is the most ideal place to set up your dream home. The project already has a beautiful gate, Maram compacted roads, and it's already beaconed. Call us on 0790 300 300.
This is NTV.
Jioni njema mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, mubashara kabisa kutoka Jumba la Nation, mubashara kabisa vile vile kutoka makao makuu ya uchaguzi huu katika ukumbi wa Bomas, moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Mombasa na vile vile moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Nyeri na katika vituo vingine mbali humu nchini. Hii ni maamuzi mwaka wa 2022. Karibu kwenye mwendelezo matangazo yetu ya saa 24 kutokana na masuala mapana ya uchaguzi huu wa mwaka 2022. Mimi ni Salim Swaleh.
Nami naitwa Nuru Abdulaziz. Shukrani sana kwa kuungana nasi, na kama alivyosema Salim, na matangazo ambayo yataendelea hadi tutakapokamilisha hesabu ya kura. Kumbuka kwamba ndio mambo ambayo tunaangazia kwa sasa, na mtazamaji, tupo tu hapa na habari wetu katika maeneo tofauti kukujuza kuhusiana na hali ilivyo haswa. Kumbuka kwamba ni siku ya pili baada ya vituo vya kupiga kura kufungwa. Pia kuna vituo ambavyo vilifungwa hapo jana, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo ndio mambo ambayo tunaangazia hii leo.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, hayo yote ni papa hapa katika muda wa saa 3 hivi katika matangazo haya ya Kiswahili. Tutakuwa tunakueleza jinsi mambo yalivyo tangu tulipokuwa pamoja asubuhi kwenye matangazo ya Kiswahili na Frida Mwaka na Lofty Matambo. Mengi yamebadilika mpenzi mtazamaji. Tumepata orodha mpya ya wabunge ambao wameshinda viti mbalimbali pamoja na nyadhifa zingine. Tutakuwa tukikueleza hayo na mengine mengi, lakini kumbuka kivumbi cha urais kinaendelea kushika kasi, mambo yanazidi kuwa karibu sana, na swali kubwa ambalo watu wanajiuliza, hiki kitufe ambacho kiko kwa sasa kitatua wapi? Kitatua katika rangi ya buluu au kitakwenda na kutua katika rangi ya njano? Ndilo swali ambalo Wakenya wengi wanajiuliza. Inategemea tu wewe na tuseme msimamo wako wa kisiasa, hisia zako za kisiasa, na unaegemea upande gani wa kisiasa. Bila shaka swali ni, je, mwisho wa kwisha kitufe kitatua wapi?
Na mkweli kila mtu anajipiga kifua kwa upande wake. Kuna yule anajipiga kifua kwa upande wa manjano na kuna yule anajipiga kifua kwa upande wa rangi hiyo ya blue, mtazamaji. Kwa hivyo tupo tu hapa kukupa matokeo yanavyoendelea katika baadhi ya maeneo humu nchini. Kama alivyokueleza Salim, tupo tu tunazidi kuangazia maeneo ya kule Bomas, tuko KICC. Kumbuka kwamba ni kituo cha Azimio ambapo kwamba kufikia sasa tunaeleza kwamba kuna matayarisho kadha tu katika eneo hilo. Pia kuna kule kwa Kenya Kwanza. Kwa hivyo ni hali ya kujaribu tukuangazia ni upande gani utakuwa unashinda, lakini tusubiri kama walivyosema IBC kwamba subra ni muhimu kwa sasa. Ingawaje tunakupa matokeo sio rasmi, matokeo rasmi utakuwa unapata kutoka IBC. Bila shaka mtazamaji, na ili kufanikisha matangazo yetu na kuhakikisha kwamba unapata kila nukta na kila harufu ya uchaguzi huu, tumekuletea wanahabari wetu na maeneo mbalimbali ambayo tunaendelea kumulika darubini yetu. Tuna waandishi katika kila pembe. Tunamwona mwenzangu Nick Wambua akiwa katika mji wa Eldoret. Tunaye mwandishi wa muda mrefu wa masuala ya kisiasa Vincent Odor katika kaunti ya Machakos.
Kwingine vile vile picha za moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas wakati wowote kutoka sasa. Wafula Chebukati, mwenyekiti wa IEBC, referee wa uchaguzi huu, anatarajiwa kuzungumza na wanahabari, na muona anainuka taratibu. Na vile vile kwa upande wa chini kabisa ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka mjini Mombasa. Mohamed Ali, mbunge ambaye bila shaka ndiye amechaguliwa katika eneo bunge la Nyali, amepata nafasi nyingine akiwa na Mike Sonko hapo, na inavyoonekana Wafula Chebukati anajitayarisha Tunuru kwa ajili ya kutupa takwimu pamoja na taarifa za hivi punde kabisa kutoka katika ukumbi huo wa Bomas.
Kweli kabisa, na tutasubiri kidogo, lakini kwa sasa tukimpata tutakuwa tunarejea kwake. Tutasubiri kwanza tuone kama atazungumza, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni awali sana alipozungumza mwendo wa saa 7 hivi, na ilikuwa ni taarifa ambayo tulipata. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni bora zaidi kuona iwapo tunapata taarifa kutoka kule. Mwenzetu Leila Mohamed yuko kule, Frederick Mwitiriri pia wako pale, lakini naona kwamba yuko tayari.
Tuelekee kule testing, tusikie wanasema namna gani.
Tuelekee kule tuone ni yapi.
The first verification is ready and the chairman will give the status update.
Good evening. Those who are working, please continue. Don't stop working as we go through this. I would like to read the first constituency verified result for the presidential election, and this from Webuye East constituency, Bungoma County. This is the result for Webuye East constituency, Bungoma County. Total number of registered voters, 48,950. Total valid votes cast, 30,491. Rejected ballots, 384. Raila Odinga, 13,720. William Samoei, 16,412. Waihika David Maure, 110. Wachakoya George Lushiri, 249. Those are the results for Webuye East constituency. Thank you. We shall be back with more verified results.
Na mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka nchini IEBC Wafula Chebukati akitoa taarifa kiduchu tu, Nuru akielezea kuhusiana na baadhi.
Anasema ni matokeo tu rasmi amepokea kutoka Webuye Mashariki kule kaunti ya Bungoma. Ametoa waniaji hao wanne wa urais. Anasema Raila amepata 13,720, William Ruto 15,412, Mwaure 110 na Wajakoya 249. Anasema tu ndio matokeo ambayo wamepata kwa sasa rasmi.
Haya, tuingie mashinani, tuingie nyanjani. Tunawaona waandishi wetu wapo standby kabisa kukuletea yale yote ambayo unapaswa kujua. Tuanze kwake Nicholas Wambua katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu. Nicholas, kwa sasa mambo yanakwendaje huko? Nani kapata nini?
Asante sana Salim na Nuru. Hapa mvua ya gharika inamwagika, na bila shaka kama wanavyoamini ni kwamba mvua ikinya basi ni baraka, na hivyo basi wanaamini kwamba kuna mambo mazuri ambayo yatatokana na mvua hii kunya wakati huu, hasa wakati ambapo tunasubiri matokeo ya kura za urais ambazo zinaendelea na kuhesabiwa. Lakini kwa taarifa yako tu ni kwamba niko katika eneo bunge la Tarbo hapa, ambapo ndio matokeo peke yake katika kaunti, katika maeneo bunge 6 ambayo bado hatujaweza kuyapata. Maeneo bunge 5 tayari tushapata matokeo yake, na bila shaka hapa Tarbo wananchi wamekongamana, nasubiri wasikie, je, nani mbunge wao, nani ambaye ni mwakilishi wadi, nani ambaye amepata kura nyingi zaidi za ugavana. Lakini nikufahamishe vile vile kwamba tumekuwa tukitembea mchana na tukashuhudia kwamba baadhi ya maeneo bunge walitangaza matokeo yao. Nianze kule katika maeneo ya Keses bila shaka, ambapo matokeo hayo yametangazwa mapema leo, na katika nafasi ya urais ni kwamba aliongoza ni William Ruto akiwa na kura 45,853, Raila Odinga akiwa wa pili kwa kura 8,966. Wale wengine tunafuata Mwaure na vile vile George Wajakoya. Katika nafasi ya ubunge katika eneo bunge hili la Keses, aliyechukua kiti hichi tunamzungumzia Julius Ruto ambaye alipata kura 32,839, akifuatwa na mbunge wa sasa ambaye ni Swarup Mishra 21,404. Hivyo basi Mishra hapa katupa nje. Hebu tuangazie eneo bunge lingine ambalo hapa tunazungumzia wapi? Moiben, eneo bunge la Moiben ambaye imeongoza katika kiti cha ubunge katika eneo bunge hili tunazungumzia Phyllis Bato ambaye alipata kura 40,892, akifuatwa na Silas Tirena ambaye ndiye mbunge ambaye amekuwa akihudumu muhula ambao umepita akiwa na kura 8,790. Hapa ameachwa na takriban kura 30,000. Katika kiti cha urais William Ruto akaongoza akiwa na kura 49,650. Raila Odinga naye akapata kura 6,794. Katika eneo bunge la Inakboi huyo hapa aliongoza katika kiti hiki tunamzungumzia Samuel Chepkonga ambaye alipata kura 26,479. William Chepkut ambaye anaondoka sasa akiwa na kura 13,510. Katika eneo bunge la Soy ambapo tumekuwa dakika chache zimepita tunamzungumzia hapa ambaye amepewa cheti hiki cha ubunge David Lagat akiwa na kura 50,540, anafuatwa na Elias Meli ambaye amepata kura 14,622. Kumbuka kwamba Soy ni eneo bunge la Kositani ambaye bila shaka alikuwa anawania kiti cha gavana, lakini katika kura za mchujo basi akaondolewa, na hivyo basi David Lagat akawa na wakati rahisi kupata kiti hiki. Katika nafasi ya urais katika eneo bunge hili William Ruto alipata kura 55,903 akifuatwa na Raila Odinga ambaye alipata kura 4,824. Naam, katika eneo bunge la Kapseret, hili ni eneo bunge lake Oscar Sudi, aliongoza mara tena akapata muhula mwingine kwa kura 31,534, akafuatwa na Francis Murgor ambaye alipata kura 11,091. Katika kiti cha rais katika eneo bunge hili William Ruto alipata kura 35,218, huku Raila Odinga akiwa na kura 14,900. Na basi mtazamaji, ni kwamba matokeo haya yanazidi kutokea baada wakitangaza kura za eneo bunge hili la Tarbo. Sasa vijisanduku hivi vya kura vitakuwa vinaelekezwa katika kituo cha Eldoret Polytechnic ambapo ndicho kituo kikuu cha kaunti. Sasa kutoka hapo tunaweza kujua nani ambaye amepata kura ngapi katika kiti cha gavana, useneta na vilevile katika kiti cha mwakilishi mwanamke. Lakini kwa faida yako ni kwamba Jonathan B ndiye ambaye anaongoza kwa sasa katika kiti cha gavana kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, na vilevile katika kiti cha useneta anaongoza aliyekuwa gavana katika kaunti hii ya Uasin Gishu Bwana Mandago, na katika nafasi ya mwakilishi wa kike yupo Bi Gladys Boss Shole. Hivyo basi matukio yatakuwa nafuata baadaye. Tutakuwa tunaondoka hapa kuelekea kule baada ya matangazo hayo kufanywa, kisha tutakuwa na kufahamisha mtazamaji ukena zaidi nani amepata kura ngapi katika kiti cha gavana, useneta na mwakilishi wa kike. Lakini muhimu zaidi kutangaza ni kwamba kaunti ya Uasin Gishu ipo amani, na muhimu zaidi ni kwamba wanasubiri kusikia, je, naibu rais William Ruto mtoto wao atapata kiti hichi cha urais au atakosa? Tuko hapa kubaini hayo. Kwako Salim na Nuru.
Shukran sana ni kakiwa kule kaunti ya Uasin Gishu ametupa taarifa ya mambo yanavyoendelea katika kituo hicho mtazamaji. Na sasa tunaelekea kule kaunti ya Nyeri.
Bila shaka katika kaunti ya Nyeri, mpenzi mtazamaji, tuna mwanadada huyo hapa ambaye ni Margaret Kimathi. Margaret, tumeona mabadiliko makubwa tangu asubuhi, vigogo wameangushwa, wengine damu mpya na kasi mpya na nguvu mpya katika bunge la kitaifa, bunge la 13. Tueleze tu kwa mukhtasari kinachojiri kwa sasa. Namwona Vincent Odworo tuko naye kutoka katika kaunti ya Machakos. Margaret amerudi tena. Endelea Margaret.
Naam, asante sana Swale. Hapa katika kaunti ya Nyeri tunaweza kuona baadhi ya vituo vya kuhesabia kura zimeweza kukamilisha zoezi hilo, na hapa niko katika eneo la Nyeri mjini ambapo returning officer ameweza kutangaza matokeo ya hapa, na ameweza kutangaza Duncan Mathenge wa chama cha UDA kama mshindi wa eneo bunge la Nyeri mjini, na moja kwa moja tutaweza kuungana naye. Karibu sana mheshimiwa. Tuliweza kuona uliweza kuwania kiti hiki mwaka 2013 na ukaanguka, mwaka 2017 ukaanguka tena, na tena hukukata tamaa, umerudi tena. Unahisi vipi kwa kushinda kiti hiki?
Nina raha na pia nimebubujikwa na machozi ya raha. Manake hii safari imechukua muda wa miaka 15 ndio niweze kuwahamasisha wenyeji wa Nyeri vya kutosha wakubali kunipa nafasi ya kuwatumikia kama mbunge wao. Nina raha na pia ninamshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa ajili ya neema yake, na pia wenyeji wa Nyeri kwa sababu kati ya kura 56,000 wapiga kura 41,000 walinipa kura ya kuwa mbunge, nafasi ya kuwa mbunge. Walinichagua mimi na kunipa nafasi ya kuwa mbunge wao. Na kwa ajili ya muda huo wote, na pia upinzani na mashindano ya kisiasa, kumekuwa na masuala kadhaa yameibuka, mpaka tuko na vijana wawili wenye wako kotini kwa sasa kwa ajili ya vita vilivyotokea wakiwa wametumwa na mpinzani wangu. Na hao vijana wanaelekea kufungwa jela kwa jaribio la kuua. Lakini ningependa pia kunyosha mkono wa buriani ya kwamba ningependa tuungane pamoja, tusahau kisiasa, na kwa hivyo nitaondoa yale malalamishi yangu kotini wakati hiyo kesi itatanjwa, ndio watu wa Nyeri tuweze kuungana pamoja kwa moyo mmoja. Tukifuata mfano wa Yesu Kristo anayetufunza kwamba tukiomba Mungu atusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyowasamehe waliotukosea.
Na unayepi kwa wakazi wa Nyeri?
Wakazi wa Nyeri ni kwamba nitawafanyia kazi kwa moyo mmoja kama mtumishi wenu, na tutaanza kukabidhi shida kukabiliana na shida zinazotukabidhi mara tu nitakapochukua kiapo cha kuwa mbunge. Na tutakabiliana na madawa ya kulevya katika Nyeri mjini. Tutakabiliana na maneno ya ukosefu wa kazi kwa kuanzisha value addition, tukianza na maziwa na majukumu mengine ya kuwapatia vijana teknolojia ya kisasa inayowawezesha kubuni kazi.
Naam, asante sana. Na swali, tumeweza kuona kati ya maeneo bunge 6 katika hapa kaunti ya Nyeri, maeneo bunge 5 yameweza kupeana matokeo yao, na tumeweza kuona katikati ya hayo maeneo bunge 5 yote yameongozwa na wale wawaniaji ambao walikuwa wanawania na chama cha UDA. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, nitaweza kuelekea upande mwingine ili nikaweze kuwapatia matokeo ya kaunti ya Nyeri, nani ambaye ameweza kuwa gavana, nani mwakilishi mwanamke, na ni nani ambaye ameweza kuchukua kiti cha senator. Kwako Swale.
Na asante sana Margaret Kimathi. Bila shaka Nuru, kama unavyoona ni kivumbi cha kipekee na cha aina yake, haswa katika eneo pana la Mlima Kenya.
Kweli kabisa. Na mtazamaji, tunaelekea kule kaunti ya Machakos. Mwenzangu Vincent Odworo yupo tu tayari na kuona uko barabarani, sijui uko karibu na kituo cha kupigia kura ama uko wapi Vincent, na yapi yanaendelea kwa sasa?
Na kwa sasa ukiangalia katika kaunti ya Machakos utabaini kwamba mbali na matokeo ya urais, ni matokeo ya kinyang'anyiro cha kiti cha ubunge pekee ambayo yameweza kutangazwa, na ni kutoka maeneo bunge 8, ambapo katika eneo bunge la Machakos mjini, mbunge wa sasa ambaye ni Victor Munyaka ambaye alikuwa anajaribu kutetea kiti chake kwa tiketi ya UDA ameweza kushindwa na mgombeaji wa chama cha maendeleo Chapchap ambaye ni Caleb Mule. Mule aliweza kushinda kiti hicho kwa kupata kura 47,596, huku Munyaka akiwa wa pili na kura 20,000. Na pia katika eneo bunge la Mwala, mbunge wa Mwala wa sasa ameweza kutetea na kuhifadhi kiti chake, ambaye ni Vincent Musyoka, ambaye ameweza kushinda kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili kwa kupata kura 35,578. Wa pili alikuwa Barclay Mutinda ambaye aliweza kupata kura 17,165. Na ukiangalia eneo bunge jingine, asua eneo bunge la Kagundo, pia pale mbunge wa sasa wa Kagundo ambaye ni Fabian Chule aliweza kutetea na kuhifadhi kiti chake kwa kushinda kwa kupata kura 25,520. na wa pili alikuwa ni yule mgombeaji wa Wiper ambaye aliweza kuwa wa pili kwa kupata kura 10,455. Na katika eneo bunge la Kathiani, mbunge wa sasa wa Kathiani ambaye ni Robert Mbui aliweza kuhifadhi kiti chake kwa kupata kura 30,635, huku yule wa chama cha UDA akaweza kuwa wa pili kwa kupata kura 6,524. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa tu ni hao maeneo bunge mane ambayo matokeo yake yameweza kutolewa hapa katika kaunti ya Machakos, na mchana kutwa kile kituo kikuu cha kujumuisha kura zote ambazo zimepigwa katika kaunti ya Machakos hakuja kuwa na shughuli zozote pale. Manake shughuli ya kuweza kujumuisha zile kura zilizopigwa katika maeneo bunge zimekuwa zikichukua muda mrefu kuzidi jinsi ilivyotarajiwa, na kwa sasa hata maeneo bunge mengine mane bado matokeo yake hayajatokea, na pia bado hatujaweza kupata ama hajaanza ile shughuli ya kuweza kujumuisha kura zitakazoweza kutuambia ni nani ameshinda kiti cha useneta au kile kiti cha ugavana. Kwa hivyo hii ni shughuli ambayo inatarajiwa itaendelea usiku kucha na hata hadi kesho. Kwa hivyo wenyeji wa kaunti ya Machakos wataweza kusubiri hadi kesho kuweza kujua ni nani ameweza kushinda kiti cha ugavana pamoja na kile kiti cha useneta. Manake katika maeneo mengi, hasa ukiangalia yale maeneo ya kujumuisha kura ya maeneo bunge, pale shughuli imekuwa ikienda polepole sana. Na kwa mfano ukiangalia matokeo ya rais waliweza kuchukua muda mwingi. Kwa mfano wapata eneo bunge, kituo cha kujumuisha kura cha eneo bunge limeweza kutuma matokeo ya rais kwa kile kituo kikuu mwendo wa jioni, na baada ya hapo ndipo waanze sasa tena kuanza kujumuisha kura za ubunge wakielekea kwenye viti hivyo vingine. Kwa hivyo itachukua bado muda sana kuweza kujua matokeo ya kiti cha ugavana pamoja na kile kiti cha useneta, na ni hali ambayo tutazidi kupiga kambi hapa usiku hadi kesho kuweza kuambia matokeo haya. Kwa sasa nilikuwa nimetoka katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura cha Kagundo na naelekea katika kituo kikuu cha kujumuisha kura cha kaunti nzima ili niweze kukufahamisha yale ambao wamepata kufikia sasa. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa na kurejesha hadi studioni.
Shukran sana Vincent Odur. Kama alivyosema, tunaona maeneo mengi, yani shughuli hiyo inaenda kwa upole sana, hasa tukiangalia viti vya useneta, ugavana, mwakilishi mwanamke. Ni mambo ambayo tunasubiri kuangalia. Tukipewa matokeo, hata na wanahabari pale nje wanasema bado matokeo hayo sio rasmi kwa sasa.
Bila shaka, na kama nilivyosema mpenzi mtazamaji, NTV inaendelea kuweka macho katika kila kona katika mbio za urais. Bila shaka tumesema mambo yatakuwa ni bamba, mambo yanakwenda sanjari, wanakwenda wanasema tunabanana hapa kwa hapa. Wanasema penduli itatua wapi? Itakwenda na kuwa buluu au itakwenda upande huu mwingine na kutua katika rangi ya njano? Bila shaka ndio hisia ambayo iko katika fikra za Wakenya wengi. Inategemea tu na kambi gani ya kisiasa ambayo wewe umeegemea. Unajiuliza, je, penduli hii itatua katika njano au itatua katika blue? Sasa ndivyo mambo yalivyo, na waandishi wetu katika maeneo mbalimbali wanaendelea kufuatilia matukio hayo kwa karibu zaidi kuhakikisha kwamba sio tu katika ngazi za urais, lakini vile vile katika ngazi za udiwani, ngazi za wakilishi mwanamke, ugavana, useneta na viti vingine na vyo vingine wanakupasha mengi zaidi. Tunaelekea wapi Nuru sasa?
Naam, kweli kabisa, lakini tukiangazia viti vya ubunge, wengi tayari washatangazwa, wengi washaanza kusherehekea popote pale, kama tulivyomuona huyo mwenzetu hapo pia alikuwa amezungumza na mmoja wao. Ni swala ambalo wengi pia wamechangamkia, lakini kuna wale pia wamejitokeza tayari wana malalamishi katika kaunti tofauti, labda katika viti tofauti, lakini ni swala ambalo pia tunaendelea kuangazia na wanahabari wetu. Hivi sasa tutakuwa tunaelekea wapi kule?
Katika kaunti ya Kwale, na katika kaunti ya Kwale tunakutana na mwandishi wetu Fatma Bugu ambaye amekuwa kutwa nzima katika kituo kimoja cha kuhesabia kura katika eneo bunge la Matuga ambako kulishuhudiwa tafrani ya aina yake. Fatma, tueleze hadi kufikia sasa, labda hapo awali vile vile mambo yanakwenda vipi?
Na mubashara kutoka kituo cha Matuga ambacho ni cha kujumuisha kura katika eneo bunge hili la Matuga. Na katika kituo hiki tumeweza kushuhudia hali ya sintofahamu kutokea hapo jana, ambapo baadhi ya viongozi waliweza kujitokeza na kusema kwamba ama kudai kwamba kuna njama ya wizi wa kura, na hivyo basi hii leo pia shughuli hiyo iliweza kutatizwa kwa muda baada ya wagombea viti mbalimbali kujitokeza na kusema kwamba ama kudai kuwa hawatokubaliana na matokeo ambayo yatatoka katika kituo hiki kutokana na njama hiyo ya kuiba kura. Pia hapo jana tuliona kwamba zoezi hili zima liliweza kusitishwa kwa muda, na viongozi hao wakisema kwamba hawatakubali matokeo, na hivyo basi limeweza kujitokeza hii leo, na ni swala ambalo wamesema kwamba wataweza kufika kotini, na hivyo basi hawataweza kukubali matokeo yote ambayo yatakuwa yanatoka katika kituo hiki. Kituo hiki cha Matuga ni miongoni tu mwa vituo vikuu katika kaunti hii ya Kwale. Mpenzi mtazamaji, labda ukiangalia katika picha zetu, picha za hapo awali, shughuli nzima ya sintofahamu katika kituo hiki, jinsi hali ilivyokuwa wakati baadhi ya viongozi walikuwa wanatolewa kwa lazima katika kituo hiki baada ya kudinda kutoka na kukataa kuendelea kwa shughuli hiyo ya kujumuisha kura. Naam, na pia tuliweza kuongea na viongozi hao, na haya ndio waliosema.
The candidates who are here, the contestants, right from the governors, senators, the MP, members of parliament, MCAs and the rest, have witnessed a lot of irregularities. The Constitution provides free and fair election as a right. And if that right is infringed, then you have to rise and say, oh, our rights are being infringed. In this process, we are raising our hands, we are coming together in solidarity to say the electoral process, the electoral process actually is in a mess. And like in Mombasa, like in Kakamega, where the IEBC used its wisdom to apply a bit of the legal resolve to say, if the process is as it is, let it be stopped. And there are a number of issues you have already been told. People have been arrested and released. The security team is compromised. The officers here from the IEBC are compromised. Everybody is compromised here except God. Thank you. So we are only calling upon the IEBC people to stop this election because of the massive irregularities.
So far, we take it that there has been no election as defined in our constitution in Kwale County. There have been so many malpractices, theft of ballot papers, caught some people with Kim kits, open ballot boxes. It's across the board. It is a scheme which surprisingly seemed to get the support of the returning officer, a scheme that was targeting theft of votes from all of us. And we have evidence. Some people were even arrested yesterday. They were arrested yesterday with IBC, that's the Kim kits, and ballot papers. And some were caught red-handed changing them. Even the police came in and they arrested them. And the returning officer agrees in our presence that there were issues and refuses to expound on what the issues were. We have records of those issues. We know the individuals. We have everything. And he's aware of it. That's why he said there are issues. Yes, and we as candidates have every right to sit in the tallying hall. He has used the police to push us out. He has refused to address our concerns. He has refused to stop the process because he's serving us. All he needed to do was give us an explanation. We are mature people and we understand. But he went on to contravene the law. Here, our concern is the improper application of the law. Criminal activities, infringing the law. We are not at the level of petitions. we are the level of getting our constitutional rights. But these have been infringed deliberately, and there is evidence. We're not accepting this so-called election. It's a sham, and we have evidence to that.
But the whole process is a sham, and everybody should know this. We need it stopped so that we can get a fair and free election. Yes, let it be stopped. That's it. There's no better word to put it than that one.
Naam, ni taarifa ambayo tunaifuatilia kwa kina katika kituo hiki cha Matuga, eneo bunge la Matuga. Tumeweza kuwaona wakiongea baadhi ya wagombea ugavana katika kaunti hii, akiwemo Ali Chirau Makwere ambaye anawania kiti hiki kwa mara ya pili. Na pia tumeweza kumuona Luganzi Chai akisema kwamba kweli hawatokubali matokeo ya kura hizi hadi pale masikizano yataweza kuafikiwa na shughuli hii kuweza kuendelea, na hivyo basi matokeo yatakayotolewa basi yaweze kukubaliwa na viongozi wote. Lakini pia tumeweza kutembelea vituo mbalimbali vya Kinango, vituo vya Lungalunga na vituo pia ambavyo viko katika eneo bunge la Msambweni, na ni shughuli ambao bado inaendelea kufanywa, na matukio ya viongozi mbalimbali yataweza kutangazwa tu muda si mrefu. Lakini ni shughuli ambayo pia huenda ikachukua muda kutokana na sintofahamu ambazo zinaendelea kujiri katika vituo hivi mbalimbali katika eneo bunge hili la kaunti ya Kwale. Pia kauli iliyotolewa ya linda kura imeweza kuonekana wakati wafuasi wa wagombea viti mbalimbali wakikita kambi katika vituo hivi vinne vya kujumuisha kura katika kaunti hii ya Kwale, wakitaka tu kujua yanayojiri katika vituo hivi, na pia wakitaka kujua ni nani aliyoweza kuchukua ushindi ama aliyoweza kushindwa. Lakini tutakuwa tunakujuza mengi zaidi kutoka kaunti hii ya Kwale kila baada ya muda habari zinapochipuka. Lakini kwa sasa ni hayo.
Shukran sana Fatma Bugu akiwa kule Kwale. Tunaona kwamba amezungumzia masuala mengi tu ambayo yameibuka, na tunatumai kwa masuala haya yatatatuliwa kwa njia ifahayo kwa sasa.
Zipa pana piga Kiingereza cha hatari sana pale. Mwana diplomasia
yani
ule.
Ni hasira hiyo.
Na bila shaka ni vile vile tunifahamishe mtazamaji wetu kwamba wageni wetu tayari wameshajiunga nasi hapa studioni. Amina Mama Mwidao kutoka Mombasa, na vile vile tunaye Daktari Altalala Mkhwana. Wako na sisi hapa, tutakuwa tukizungumza mengi nao baadaye kidogo. Lakini Kevin Silu yuko hapa kutoka kaunti ya Makueni. Kevin, nini kikubwa ambacho kimejiri? Tumeona katika eneo la Mlima Kenya mabadiliko makubwa yamefanyika. Ukambani mambo yanakwendaje?
Naam, asante sana. Kama vile umesema Swale, sasa tuko katika kaunti ya Makueni, na ambapo hapa ni chuo cha kiufundi ambacho hapa ndipo ujumulishaji wa kura kutoka maeneo bunge utafanyika hivi karibuni, wakati wote kutoka sasa. Na tukitazama kwamba nikupe taswira kamili ya kaunti ya Makueni. Kaunti ya Makueni inao maeneo bunge 6, na katika maeneo bunge hayo kila eneo bunge linao mahali pa kuhesabia kura au kituo cha kuhesabia kura. Na kwa sasa vile tunavyoongea katika kuna maeneo ambayo yamemaliza kuhesabu kura na bado hawajaweza kufikisha boxi za kura hapa maeneo hayo ili ziweze kuhesabiwa, na hivyo basi kuna wale ambao kama katika kituo hiki katika kituo hiki ni kituo ambacho tunatarajia kwamba hapa ndipo ujumlishaji wa kura utafanyika kwa county, na hapa basi ndipo tutatarajia kwamba seneta, women rep na pia gavana wataweza kutangazwa katika eneo hili. Na nikupe tu matangazo kama vile yalipo katika kaunti ya Makueni. Kaiti, eneo bunge ya Kaiti, mbunge ambaye kwa sasa ndiye mbunge wa Wiper kuweza kuridhi kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili, au ameweza kupata pia kiti hicho kwa mara ya pili, huku akiongoza kwa kura 26,908, akifuatwa kwa karibu na mgombea wa kiti cha UDA ambaye ni Terry Mbaika ambaye alipata kura 9,057. Pia katika eneo bunge la Makueni kunaye Susan Kiamba ambaye pia alikuwa mwaniaji na chama cha Wiper, ambapo pia aliweza kupata kura 26,909 akifuatwa kwa karibu na Francis Mutungi ambaye alikuwa msimamizi huru au mwaniaji huru akipata kura 18,725. Pia vile vile katika Kibwezi Magharibi tumemwona kwamba aliyeongoza ni Mwengi Mutusa ambaye alikuwa mwaniaji wa chama cha maendeleo Chapchap, huko akipata kura 30,821 akifuatwa kwa karibu na James Mbaluka ambapo alipata kura 20,744 huko alikuwa akiwania na tiketi ya UDA. Hivyo basi hayo ndio matokeo kwa sasa ambayo tunayangojea hapa katika tallying center ama katika kituo cha kujumulisha kura kutoka maeneo bunge 6 hapa katika kaunti ya Makueni. Na hivyo basi nikupe tu tuweze kuelewa kwamba katika hapo jana tukiwa katika kituo cha kuhesabia kura cha Makueni ambayo ni eneo bunge la Makueni, ni kwamba ujumulishwaji wa kura kutoka vituo vidogo katika eneo bunge hili la Makueni uliweza fanyika na walioongoza ambaye ni Susan Kiamba wa chama cha Wiper kutangazwa hapo masaa ya saa 2 ama saa 3 hivi, lakini kufikia sasa hawajaweza kufikisha kura hizo hapa ama box hizo za kura katika eneo hili la kuhesabia kura ya county. Na pia katika maeneo tofauti eneo la Mbooni ambapo kuna wale maagenti wa IEBC waliweza kukamatwa huku walikuwa wanajaribu kutelefiana na madaftari au form 37A na form 35AB. Hivyo basi kuna mahali pia katika eneo la Kilome ambapo tukiangalia kwamba hawajaweza kufikisha kura zao hapa, lakini tuko hapa kupasha vile mambo yalivyo. Kama vile wakianza kufingia katika kituo hiki cha kuhesabia kura, basi tutakupa haya moja kwa moja. Ukitazama pia maajendi wako hapa kuweza kungojea kura hizi. Pia tunaona maafisa wa IEBC wako hapa gangari kabisa kuweza kutuambia labda ni yepi yanaendelea, lakini tutakita kambi hapa katika kituo hiki cha Makueni technical ambacho ndicho kitafanya hapo ujumilishaji wa kura wa county utafanyika. Kwa sasa kwa sababu ya muda sina la ziada ila kurudisha kwako Swale.
Naam, asante sana Kevin Silu. Bila shaka ndivyo hali ilivyo, taswira kamili katika eneo pana la Ukambani, hasa katika kaunti ya Makueni. Nuru.
Na mtazamaji, kumbuka kwamba hapa tupo tu tunaendelea kujuza kuhusiana na mambo yanayojiri. Kumbuka kwamba tunahesabu kura, tunasaidia hapa kule. IEBC pia wana nambari zao ambazo zinaendelea kuingia katika mitandao yao, na ndio nambari ambazo tunaendelea kuangalia na tunasaidia katika kuangazia. Ukiangalia hapo katika runinga yako utakuwa unaweza kupata nambari hizo kwa sasa mtazamaji. Lakini sasa Salim, swali tunaelekea wapi?
Bila shaka tutaelekea katika kaunti ya Meru baadaye kidogo, lakini ni watambulishe tu wageni wangu kwa mara nyingine tena. Naona tayari Mama Maimuna Mwidau tayari amefika katika siku ya 3. Karibu sana Nairobi, tunaendelea kukupokea kwa mlahaka wa kipekee na wa aina yake. Kadhalika tunaye Daktari Alutalala Mukhwana ambaye ni wakili mtajika mengi sana ambaye tutakuwa tukizungumzia leo kutokana na matukio ya kutwa nzima, mabadiliko ambayo tumeyaona katika ramani ya Kenya katika masuala mapana ya buluu na manjano na mambo kama hayo. Hayo ni baadaye kidogo, lakini Nuru, labda turudi katika kaunti ya Meru.
Na tunaenda kwa Ngina Kirori ambaye amekuwa akifuatilia tangu siku ya kwanza ya uchaguzi. Kumbuka ni siku ya pili ambapo tunaendelea kuhesabu kura. Ngina Kirori, unanipata vyema na hali iko vipi kule Meru? Mmeanza kuhesabu kura, kama kuna washindi ni kina nani na hadi kwa sasa ni yapi yanaendelea?
Naam, asante sana Nuru. Vile umesema tuko hapa katika kituo mkuu cha kuhesabu kura hapa ambapo inajulikana kama Meru School hapa Imenti North, na tayari tushajua mbunge mteule wa Imenti North ni Rahim Daud. Kumbuka Rahim alikuwa amesimamia kiti wakati wa uchaguzi, alikuwa anasimamia kama independent candidate, na Rahim ameweza kupata kura 26,218 na wakili ni Caroline Mudioki alipata kura 14,528. Na hapo tukielekea katika eneo ya Imenti Central, mbunge mteule wa hapo ni Moses Kirima, na Moses aliweza kupata kura 27,494. Na sasa tukielekea maeneo ya Imenti South, mbunge mteule wa hapo ni Shadrack Mwiti ambaye aliweza kupata kura 37,997. Na hapo bado Imenti South leo asubuhi kulikuwa na mavurugano ambapo ilisababishwa na afisa msimamizi wa eneo hilo, sio eneo hilo lakini kituo cha kupiga kura ambapo inajulikana kama Kionyo. Alikamatwa na polisi leo asubuhi sababu wakazi walikuwa wanalalamika wakiuliza mbona nileta makaratasi yani form 34A leo mchana badala ya kuileta jana usiku wakati hesabu za kura zilikuwa zinaendelea kwa kituo hicho. Lakini kwa sasa tuko hapa tunasubiri matokeo ya kaunti ya Meru. Tuko hapa katika vile tu nilisema kituo mkuu cha kuhesabu kura hapa Meru School, na tunaendelea kupata matokeo ya kiti cha mwakilishi wa wanawake, seneta na governor. Lakini ni hayo tu kwa sasa, tutaendelea kufuata taarifa hilo, lakini kwa sasa nairudisha kwako studio.
Shukran sana Ngina Kirori, amesema anaendelea kufuatilia, atatujuza zaidi, na kama tulivyokueleza wanahabari wetu katika maeneo tofauti wanaendelea kujuza. Kumbuka kwamba pia awali, mtazamaji, kama tumesahau, ni kwamba kuna taarifa ambazo tutakuwa kuna kaunti au maeneo ambayo bado hayajapiga kura. Tunaangazia Mombasa, tunaangalia Kakamega ambapo uchaguzi utafanyika tarehe 23 Agosti. Tunaangazia maeneo ya Kacheliba, Pokot Kusini, Kitui Mashambani na Rongai ambapo uchaguzi utafanyika. IBC imesema kampeni zisiwe zinafanyika kwa wakati huu katika maeneo hayo, mtazamaji. Na sasa mtazamaji, kama alivyokueleza Salim, atakuwa anazungumza na wageni wake kuhusiana na masuala ibuka, masuala ya uchaguzi kwa sasa na hali ilivyo. Salim Swale, kazi kwako.
Naam, asante sana mpenzi mtazamaji. Karibu sasa tuingie katika mazungumzo yetu ya siku, lakini pamoja na hayo tutakuwa tukiangalia vile vile matukio mbalimbali kadri yatakapokuwa yanaendelea kuchipuka, kama tulivyosema waandishi wetu katika kila kona na kila pembe ya Jamhuri ya Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba wanakuletea matokeo na matukio pamoja na matukio ya matokeo. Mimi ni Salim Swale na tunaye wageni wangu sasa, na nitaanza tu moja kwa moja. Wacha leo nianze na daktari. Daktari, tumeona mambo mengi sana ambayo yamejitokeza katika siku hii ya leo. Kikubwa zaidi ni taarifa iliyotolewa na waangalizi wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki wakitaja uchaguzi huu kuwa ni ulioendeshwa katika njia za kisheria, huru na wa haki kwa mtazamo wao. Sijui una maoni yayo hayo au una maoni tofauti?
Kwa ujumla naam, kwa ujumla maoni yangu ni yayo hayo, lakini nafikiri kuna sehemu fulani ambazo walizamia. Kwa mfano katika uhusiano mwema PR, walisema kwamba ingalikuwa vema kwa siku za usoni ikiwa IEBC itakisha kwamba imelainisha hali nzima ya kuwa ni wenye kuwajuza raia yanapotukia kwa njia ambayo ni ya kitaalam zaidi. La pili ambalo pia waliguzia ni kuhusu hii mitambo ya kimskiti ambayo walisema kwamba ilifeli wakati mwingine na ingalifaa, japo waliwashukuru kwamba wameimarisha kutoka kwa hali ilivyokuwa mwaka 2017 mpaka sasa, lakini wamesema kwamba ingalikuwa vema ikiwa matatizo yaliyojitokeza wakati huu yangeshughulikiwa kwa muda mzuri mapema na kuhakikisha kwamba haifeli tena. Kwa hivyo kwa ujumla wamesema kwamba mambo yote yalikuwa shwari, dosari hapa na pale, lakini mambo yote yalikuwa shwari. Kuchelewa kufunguliwa vituo pia walitaja na wakasema kwamba kwa kuchelewa kufunguliwa vituo IBC iliweza kuongeza muda. Ambacho hawakusema kwangu mimi kama dosari ni kwamba kwa kuchelewa hivyo walizuilia wananchi wengine kupiga kura, kwa sababu wazee, kina mama ambao wamekuja kwa haraka wapiga kura warudi katika shughuli zao, wengi walienda na hawakuweza kurudi. Lakini kwa ujumla hatuwezi kuwa ni wenye kuteta kila mara. Nafikiri IBC imejikaza ukilinganisha na hiyo miaka hapo nyuma, imejikaza na ikafanya kazi nzuri. Lakini kidogo tu sijui mbona waliamua kutoa matangazo haya kabla ya shughuli nzima na kutangazwa kwa rais haijakamilika. Maana desturi ya shughuli kama hizi ni kwamba shughuli nzima inakuisha, aliyeshinda urais anatangazwa, kisha wanakuja sasa kutoa ripoti yao kamili. Lakini leo nimeona ni ajabu kidesturi tulivyozoea kwamba wamekuja kabla ya matangazo ya urais. Mwingine ambaye anaweza sema labda ni katika ile ya kufanya ile massage ya public opinion kabla ya matokeo. Lakini wana sababu zao.
Tuliuliza swali hilo na nitamwomba tu mwelekezi wangu Arnold kama akipata kauli hiyo ya Jakaya Kikwete atatuchezea baadaye kidogo. Pengine tuliuliza kwa nini wametoa taarifa yao mapema kidogo, na wakasema kwamba wao walikuwa ni waangalizi wa mchakato mzima na sio tukio la kutangaza matokeo. Sijui kama hiyo inaafiki, lakini wacha nije kwako Mama Mwidau. Yote haya ambayo yanajitokeza kwa upande wa waangalizi wa kimataifa na kutolewa kwa ripoti za mapema, kuna kuja katika mazingira ambayo bado kuna hatihati kuhusiana na matokeo ya urais. Unahisi kwamba walitangulia, walikata mbeleko kabla mwana hajazaliwa?
Salim, mimi nimeweza kusimamia baadhi ya chaguzi za ulimwenguni. Nilikwenda Bangladesh, nimekwenda Nigeria na ile ya South Sudan pia. Kwa hiyo nina uzoefu kwa wale ambao wanaitwa international observers kwenda kusimamia chaguzi za nchi zingine. Wanaangalia taratibu za kisheria kwanza kama zimefuatiliwa vizuri, wanaangalia kama ile hali ya usalama imekuwepo, haki watu wamepata, yani yale matayarishi yote ya kisheria kama imefuatiliwa vizuri. Kisha kazi yao kubwa ni kuhakikisha wamekwenda kila sehemu kuona kwamba watu kweli wamepata fursa ya kuamua wanavyotaka. Na mwisho wake, kabla hawajatoa, kama mwenzangu alivyosema, kutoa taarifa yao, huwa wanaandika ripoti kwanza. Baada ya watu wenye nchi kusema kwamba mshindi ni fulani na namba zenyewe zilotoka ni kiasi fulani na zilopotea. Yani ile ripoti kama ya ABC ingekuwa imetoka kwanza, halafu wao wakatathmini ile ripoti ya ABC na yale walioyaona katika nchi. Kwa hiyo hawa wametangulia haraka sana. Ni kama wana habari ambazo sisi wengine hatuna. Kwa sababu Rais Kikwete yeye mwenyewe pia ana ujuzi mwingi. Kwa hiyo yeye kutoa taarifa labda ni katika hali ya kueleza wananchi kwamba mpaka dakika hii mambo yamekwenda vizuri, subirini mupewe majibu ya nchi yenu. Lakini sawa ilikuwa yeye atoe taarifa yake kulingana na ripoti ya Chebukati. Hapo tungeweza kujua labda yaliyokosewa kidogo, mambo ambayo yatakiwa yarekebishwe. Lakini sasa hivi hatuwezi kujua kwa sababu Chebukati akija kuzungumza itabidi mwingine aje na ripoti aseme sasa baada ya ripoti hii yenu na sisi pia tumeona mambo haya. Kwa hiyo ametangulia haraka.
Na kaka, ukiniruhusu tu kwa heshima, ukiniruhusu, unajua dadangu hapa ana ueledi katika masala hayo na nashukuru kwamba anaweza kuwa ni mwenye kufaidika hapo. Ukweli ni kwamba iwapo baadaye matokeo ya rais yakitangazwa, kuwe na mmoja wale waniaji awe ni mwenye kusema kwamba kauli fulani hazikufuatwa, heshima kubwa ya watazamaji yale mabwana Mheshimiwa Kikwete na wengine wote itaonekana kwamba amekuwa ni mwenye kuegemea upande mmoja au mwingine. Kwa hivyo katika kutunza ile heshima na hadhi ya hao mabwana ambao wengi wao ni wenye kutajika katika nchi zao, desturi nzuri ni kwamba unangoja mpaka wenyeji wanatangaza, wakishatangaza haya IBC shatoa ripoti yake alivyosema mamangu hapa, kisha sasa ndio nyinyi muwe ni wenye kutoa maoni. Kwa hivyo kidogo hilo nimeona kwa maoni yangu limepiga chenga, lakini ulivyosema walijitetea mwanzo wakatoa sababu. Sasa hiyo sababu ndio tuingoja.
Sasa hapo pengine sitaki tuwe kama waangalizi wa EAC, lakini kwa tathmini tu yako kama wakili na kama vile mfuatiliaji wa masuala ibuka nchini. Ukiangalia saa 48 zilizopita baada ya vituo vingi takriban 99.9% kufungwa na shughuli za kuhesabu kura kuanza na hata matokeo katika ngazi mbalimbali kuanza kutangazwa, unaweza kusemaje?
Mimi tatizo langu ambalo limenikera tangu tuachane hapa jana usiku ni hii tabia ya mitandao ya jamii, kwamba kumekuwa na Chebukati wengi sana nchini sasa. Mwingine labda ni Wafula fulani, mwingine Wafula, lakini wote wafanya kazi ya Chebukati. Na kila mtu ana ujumlishaji wake na anatoa orodha na hata ashatoa matokeo. Hili si jambo zuri, kwa sababu mitandao ya kijamii ina umuhimu sana, kwa sababu inafikia sehemu ambazo hakuna runinga, sehemu ambazo hazina redio. Lakini Wakenya kama desturi yao hii, na mimi naona hii desturi ni mbaya, wameamua kuwa ni wenye kusema uongo tu makusudi. Marekani wakati wa Mheshimiwa Trump walisema fake news, wamekuwa ni wenye kusema uongo tu. Sasa ukiangalia mrengo huu ushajitangaza katika mtandao, mrengo ule mwingine ushajitangaza katika mtandao. Kidogo utaona sasa wananchi wanaanza kuwa ni wenye kukwaruzana, na hilo si jambo jema. Pili, vituo vya habari kama ni NTV, Citizen, kila kituo kiko na kujumuisha kwake. Lakini sasa ukiangalia kituo kimoja wako mbele, kituo kingine wako nyuma. Labda the Media Council hili kwa siku za usoni lingaweka ninyi wote pamoja, ikawa kwamba kila kituo cha habari kina mwakilishi pale, habari zinazotoka ni moja, na IBC na zinatoa habari pale. Au sasa kwa sasa, kwa vile Media Council haijafanya hilo mwanzo, labda tuwe ni wenye kutegemea kule kujumuisha kutoka wapi kwenye IBC.
Kwa hiyo unachosema ni kwamba hizi takwimu ambazo tunazitoa katika viwambo vyetu tuviondoe kabisa? Si kuviondoa, ni hiari yenu, lakini kunaleta mchanganyiko. Kwa mfano, mnasema kwamba kwa mfano hapa Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga anaongoza, Mheshimiwa William Ruto yuko nyuma. Lakini hatuambiwi ni kura ngapi, vituo vingapi, form 34 ngapi zimejumuishwa. Ukiangalia kwa mfano katika kituo chetu tunaandika kabisa kwamba amepata kura hizi ni katika vituo kadha wa kadha, vimebaki vituo kadha wa kadha. Ukiangalia vizuri utaona tumetoa maelezo kama hayo. Wakati huu ni wakati ambapo damu yakimbia kuliko kiasi cha kawaida. Mwananchi wa kawaida hana huo umakini wa kuangalia ni vituo vingapi. Na tena si nyote mliofuata utaratibu huo. Isitoshe, neno la mwisho latoka wapi? IEBC. Kwa hivyo kidogo naona hicho katika mitandao kitaleta wananchi kuwa ni wenye kuchanganyikiwa. Kwa mfano kwa sasa nafikiri Mheshimiwa Chebukati ndipo amesoma matokeo ya kwanza kwa form 34 zile physical. Ile ya Webuye East ama Webuye West. Webuye West. Sasa hii inamaanisha kwamba matokeo ya zile 34 zile physical form bado ndizo zinaanza kuingia. Kwa hivyo bado tuko na siku mrefu. Mama Maimuna, wewe hasa ukiangalia, manake hofu yake kubwa ni hatari ya habari hizo ambazo ni bandia, habari feki ambazo zinaenea katika mitandao ya kijamii, na inavyoonekana imemtia wasiwasi sana ndugu wakili. Kikubwa ambacho kinakutia hofu saa 48 baada ya upigaji kura kumalizika ni nini hasa?
Kwangu mimi binafsi hizo habari za bandia unajua zimefika mpaka kiwango cha kwamba kila mtu anaye the fifth wake. Naam. Sasa kila mtu asema rais wake ameshinda. Sasa watu wote wameshinda. Hilo ni tatizo kwa sababu na kiti ni kimoja. Kwa hiyo kuna wengine hawajui kuvumilia wala hawajui kubainisha kwamba labda hizi ni habari tu za mitandaoni. Kitu muhimu kwangu ni kwamba hizi habari zinazoingia kwenye IBC zimekuwa centralized hapo. Na lazima tubadilishe huo mfumo. Kwa sababu habari zinakuja kutoka maeneo mbalimbali kwa wakati tofauti. Ikiwa tuwaweza kubadilisha huo mfumo, iwe zikiwa habari zimetoka Pwani, basi zitangazwe habari za Pwani zimetoka ndio hizi. Halafu mtu atajua huku Pwani tumepata kiasi fulani, tushamaliza. Halafu turudi tuangalie labda mkoa Rift Valley hapo, Bonde la Ufa. Sehemu fulani labda Turkana. Zitolewe kidogo kidogo kila siku. Sio kungojea mpaka tuseme kuna polling station fulani ngapi 9, 10, 20. Ile hesabu ienda kipande kishuka. Unaweza kungoja asubuhi ukiambiwa amepata sijui 1.5 milioni, channel nyingine kuambia kule yuko 2.5 milioni. Sasa hazilingani. Sasa hatujui zile habari zatoka IBC moja kwa moja mpaka station za TV. Yaani kila station inapata information peke yake. Manake IBC imeweka ile portal ambapo wameweka zile form 34A. Kwa hiyo kila kituo kinachukua katika hiyo portal kwa utaratibu wao wenyewe. Na utaratibu unaweza ukatofautiana. Sasa hapo ndo mchanganyiko, kwa sababu nikifungua station moja kuna zile za jana za station ile nyingine leo zimefika 6. Ukifungua nyingine bado iko 2. Sasa kwa mtu wa kawaida, wajua kama sisi ambao tumeelewa mambo ya masuala hayo, tutacheki kwenye station nyingi, tutaangalia portal, utajua hapa habari kama zenda kweli au vipi. Lakini kwa yule mtu, fikiria yule mtu wa kawaida ambaye amepiga kura tu yeye ataka kujua tu mshindi ana milioni 2 ama ana milioni 1. Hajui kwamba zapanda kidogo, pengine huyu atapanda sehemu, ikija za bonde la ufa huyu atapanda juu.
Kuna bwana mmoja kutoka Tanzania amezungumza katika mtandao wa kijamii na watu wakacheka kwa sababu waliona kama ni dhihaka tu, lakini nikaangalia kwa jicho la pili. Bwana mmoja kwanza, jina lake anajiita mchochezi katika mtandao wa Twitter. Anasema leo hii Wakenya wanaweza kudownload matokeo ya uchaguzi kama watu wanavyo download movie. Si ni uhuru ambao umepindukia? Ni uhuru ambao umepindukia au kiukweli ni mchochezi tu? Kwa mtazamo wako.
Kama jina lake alivyosema ni mchochezi, lakini pengine anaonesha kama hapa hawa wana uhuru mkubwa zaidi, si kama kwao kwamba habari labda za kwao hazitolewi mpaka zitolewe na afisa wa serikali. Lakini kwetu tuna uhuru na lazima tujivunie kweli tuna uhuru kwamba tumeachiwa. Kama una simu yako wewe tafuta tu habari.
Huoni kama uhuru wa aina hiyo ambao unaonekana kama hauna mpaka ndio chanzo cha habari hizi feki na bandia katika kila kona? Kila mtu anakuambia mimi nishatabulate wangu wana hii.
Ukipata uhuru lazima una majukumu yake na kiwango chake. Huwezi kuvunja sheria, kwa sababu pia kupeleka habari feki kila pahali ni kuvunja sheria. Kwa hiyo huu uhuru ni mzuri, lakini tuutumie kwa uzuri. Kama wewe una simu waweza kudownload, na kuna wengine hawana, wana kabambe, waweza kuambia leo tumesikia habari zilizofika ni hizi. Lakini tukitumia uhuru ule vibaya, pale ndio tuwavunja sheria. Kwa sababu unaleta taharuki kwa watu wengine wasioelewa. Sasa utakuta kila mmoja apiga namba zake. Wengine wapiga picha kuonesha kwamba carpet pale ishaandaliwa. Tumeshinda upande huu, na yule mwingine naye aonesha upande wake. Hawajui maandalizi yale yanakuwa ni mshinda, anayeshinda na anayeshindwa lazima ike maandalizi. Kuna speech mbili zitasomwa hapa. Za kushinda na za kushindwa. Kwa maandalizi lazima yawepo kwa mtu anaelewa. Lakini kwa yule asielewa, ushamtia hofu.
Wakili, hapo unadhani kwamba ni ukosefu wa sheria? Maana mambo mengi lazima yadhibitiwe kisheria. Mambo mengi lazima yadhibitiwe kisheria. Na najua tuna sheria mpya ambayo inajaribu kudhibiti uhalifu wa kimtandao ambao umepitishwa tu sio muda mrefu uliopita. Lakini Wakenya wanaelewa haswa sheria hiyo, wameweza kufahamishwa, kumekuwa na elimu jamii kuhusiana na ni nini haswa sheria hiyo inasema, na pengine madhara ya mtu kuvunja zile sheria za kuzuia uhalifu wa kimtandao.
Wakenya wazuri sana, lakini kwa misingi mingine tena tu wabaya sana. Wajua mtandao ulikuja ukatuduaza wengine. Tukadhani ukiwa katika mtandao uko katika msitu mkubwa, uko peke yako, unayorusha kule yatafikia na itawagonga wengine, lakini hutaonekana. Hawajang'amua kwamba mtandao wa kijamii ukitumiwa vema ni jambo zuri sana. Sheria zipo, lakini mtu akiwa ni mjeuri na mfidhuli ni mfidhuli tu, hatobadilisha. Hii picha ambayo umeichora kutoka huyu mchochezi wa Tanzania huyu.
Ndiyo.
Nafikiri tuko na uhuru. Na uhuru tumeupata kwa kumwaga damu na kutoa jasho. Wale ambao wa miaka yetu wanajua kwamba tangia miaka ya 80 na 90 uhuru haukuwepo. Ni uhuru ambao umepiganiwa. Na mahala tulipofika baada ya katiba hii mpya kuwa ni yenye kutujia sisi mwaka 2010, huo ni uhuru ambao lazima tujivunie. Kusema kwamba wakati afisa msimamizi katika kituo cha kupiga kura anapomaliza achukue kimskiti yake apige picha ile form 34A na moja kwa moja iende katika public portal, kuna historia yake. Tulikuwa tunaibiana. Wengine tumepoteza dada, kaka na jamii. Kwa hivyo kuna historia yake. Mtanzania labda hatoelewa, lakini kule kupiga ile picha iende moja kwa moja ni kwamba hapa katikati kulikuwa na wezi na wakora wengi, wamesababisha tumepigana tukanyongana, sasa tumewapita wale wakora, maana imeenda direct. Ikishafika pale moja kwa moja, bado kuna mipaka. Maana sheria inasema kwamba wa mwisho kutangaza mshindi wa rais ni Wafula Chebukati. Yeye ndiye afisa msimamizi wa kitaifa. Lakini kwa sababu ya kule kutoaminiana na kuibiana na kuumizana kule zamani, ndio maana tukasema kwamba ile picha iende moja kwa moja.
Nafikiri
kila mtu apate fursa kuiona.
Nadhani swali nyingine muhimu ambayo ambalo mtazamaji angependa umsaidie kuelewa ni vipi tutaendelea kujifaharisha na kujitanua na uhuru huu ambao tumepata, lakini wakati huo tuweze kuzuia uhalifu huu wa kuenea kwa habari feki ambazo ni hatari, zinaweza hata zikachoma nchi. Vipi haya mambo mawili tuweze kuyasawazisha?
Masomo. Na alivyosema mamangu, lazima raia waelimishwe kwamba kila uhuru una majukumu yake. Katika lugha ya kuazima anasema kwamba there are no rights without responsibilities. Huwezi kuwa uko na uhuru ambao hauna mipaka. Maana uhuru usio na mipaka ni kama lori isio na breki na inaelekea kwenye daraja hii ambayo imeua watu, inaitwa Tharakanithi. Hiyo itamaliza watu. Kwa hivyo uhuru lazima uwe umejikita katika mipaka. Na mwananchi wa kawaida na mwananchi ambaye amepata kisomo kidogo azidi kuelimishwa kwamba mtandao wa kijamii ni mzuri, lakini lazima uwe na sheria zake. Na sheria zake ni kwamba usimdhuru mtu, usimtusi mtu, usimharibie mtu sifa yake, wala usichome nchi kwa kusema kwamba fulani ndiye rais, amkeni mwende KICC, mkeka upo, ama wale umeshindwa. Huko ni kuwasha kiberiti, kuchoma nchi. Hilo ni fisadi.
Shikilia hapo mzee, hiyo nimwambie tu mtazamaji ambaye anajiunga nasi kwa sasa na kufungulia runinga yake, unatazama Maamuzi mwaka 2022. Ni matangazo ambayo yanakujia moja kwa moja, matangazo ya saa 24 kwa lugha ya Kiingereza na Kiswahili pamoja kutoka hapa NTV, kuhakikisha kwamba mpenzi mtazamaji hupitwi na chochote. Picha ambazo zilikuwa katika runinga yako hapo awali zilikuwa ni picha za moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Bomas, kitovu haswa. Mwenzangu Lofty Matambo aliliita tovu hilo, nasema ndilo tovu la uchaguzi, na bila shaka tutakuwa tukiwatafuta wenzangu Leila Mohamed na Frederick Mutiriri ambao wao katika ukumbi huo ili kutupasha tu mengi kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanajiri katika ukumbi wa Bomas. Lakini kabla ya hapo ni kukumbusha kwamba waangalizi wa kimataifa kutoka Jumuiya yetu ya Afrika Mashariki wakiongozwa na Rais mstaafu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania Daktari Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete wamelizungumza leo mapema wakisema kwamba uchaguzi wa Kenya umefanyika kwa njia huru na ya haki. Tusikize kauli zao.
The mission commends the IEBC on the successful use of technology in voter registration, voter identification and transmission of results. It has improved efficiency and increased transparency of the election process in Kenya. We recommend that the problems relating to KIEMS kit should be identified